was Eric Williams, Captain. They were Cipriani, like the ends. They were famous sons who have held our faith in their palm. They go there. Never was a nation so blessed. Trinidad and Tobago.
Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to the Afternoon Drive, Thursday edition. That's the voice of the mighty Trini, Robert Elias, and Birth of a Nation, as we get ready to celebrate 61 years of independence.
Chinese and Africans, Caribs and East Indians celebrate the birth of our nation.
A song about unity between all the races, all the cultures that make up this sweet TNT from the mighty Trini. And I want to say thanks for that. Good afternoon, welcome to you. And, it's a Thursday, so we have the three segments. Of course, we have the open forum as we kick things off. Then Tobago Matters after 4 o'clock. That's brought to you with the kind compliments of Flow. And then the last segment is Once Upon a Time. And I want to kick things off by saying, I want to give kudos for Cal for their press conference today. Should have been done a little bit earlier in my estimation, so that people could have understood exactly what's happening and how we go forward. So now we have a little clearer picture of that. All those who were stranded by the pilots' protest now have a better idea how they can be compensated and so forth. So hats off to Cal for doing that. But I think Cal has to have a policy in terms of flight cancellations and so forth going forward. I don't know if they have one, but they need to have one that is articulated properly to their customers. So once something like that happens, you understand what has to be done, right? Their customers and their staff, so that their staff could communicate with the customers, what their entitlements or lack of entitlements will be in event that flight cancellations or, delays and so forth take place. Many people don't know what to do. And a lot of the times, the communication between the airline and the traveling public it leaves a lot to be desired. So, but anyhow, let's hope they continue to work to fixing things, as the Mr. Madero was saying today. They're working with the pilots to make sure service continues at a high level and so forth. I hope they work with their staff and they put out policies that can enlighten and inform their customers as well. Right, so good afternoon. Welcome to you. It's a wonderful Thursday afternoon, and we're going to open up the phone lines. Going to be open forum for a while. Whatever you feel you want to voice, feel free. Of course, keep it kosher. Right? So 622-3937. Phone lines are in fact open, and you can feel free to give us a call. We have our first call on the line. Good afternoon. Welcome to you.
Good afternoon, boy, John boy.
What's happening?
John, brother, what is the exact percentage of the voter turnout? The exact figure?
It was 34%.
34.
I think that's what I saw, yeah.
Because I hear people saying 30%, something, 30.5%. Yeah, sorry.
I think I have it somewhere.
Because there are some people very economical with the truth, eh?
Well, yeah. But I think
it was
around 30, I think, hold on, let me find it I think I may have it here somewhere. Right. Let me see if I have it. The information from the correct source, which would be the EBC. I think I did receive that. Let me see.
Call back while you find it, John. Please.
No. You can wait. I shouldn't take too long to find it. Yep. Let's see. Right. update. Boom. Let me open it here. All right, so the official from the EBC. Right. Hold on a minute. I'm getting it. Right. Boom, bam, bing.
Yeah, John.
30.34%.
30.34%. Okay, all right. So, John, it's the threshold on what local election is.
Yeah, it's around the, yeah.
30, 35, 34.
Yeah.
John, what the saying is, when they came for me, I said nothing. And then they came for the Jews. Oh, how the saying goes,
They came for, all right, they came for, let me say the Jews, I said nothing. Then they came for somebody else, I said nothing. And when they came for me, there was nobody to say anything for me.
There was nobody to say anything. I just want to leave that with some people when I stand up for the poor and the downtrodden and they vex with me. That would eventually
Now,
come
listen. You do what you have to do. That's
all.
That's all each of us could do, you know.
My heart clean, brother,
Yeah, brother.
and I try to be credible. So,
correct.
how you saying goes again? When they
come for people and you say nothing.
You say nothing.
Right?
When they came for the Jews.
Right. When they came for the blacks, when they came and you said nothing. When everybody gone and they come for you, there's nobody to stand up for you.
Right. Laugh and cry live in the same house.
All the time.
One miss seeing past here.
Correct.
Thanks, boy John. Let somebody else get a chance.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Mr. Gill, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
In 2022, February month, God gave me a message for Dr. Rowley. To start with, he must use Psalm 5 for his morning prayer and Psalm 37 for his evening prayer. Somebody called you sometime last week and they tell you is God does really put government in power. And that person was so right when they tell you that. But I'll try to get on to you next week, Tuesday, please, God. And I'll give you the rest of the word that God gave me to give Dr. Early.
All right.
For the time being, let him use Psalm 5 for his morning prayer, Psalm 37 for his evening prayer.
All right.
And Psalm 75 said, promotion neither come from the east, neither from the west. But God is judge. He prolonged one and set up another. Psalm 75, 6 and 7. In 2015, he prolonged Mr. Cesar and he promoted Dr. Rowley. So if I get on next week, Tuesday, please, God, I'll give it the rest of the word that you give to me.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Afternoon, sir. Yeah, I'm keeping it very kosher because the latest is that we have to light up the EBC.
Light up the who?
The EBC.
Oh.
Coming from your esteemed opposition leader.
Okay.
Yes, we must light up the UNC. She has
light
brought
up the EBC.
The EBC.
Okay.
Sorry. So she has brought her violent campaign rhetoric.
That state institution.
On the head of yet another independent institution, which she has tried to corrupt. Just as she has been attacking Earl Christopher from the time the woman was made commissioner of police.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is the story about that lady.
You think she has a problem with women because the EBC is also headed by a woman? Yes.
Yes, but she has been calling names, including the chief elections officer. And if you notice, her target has always been African women, African people. She has called names of presiding officers and returning officers. One is somebody called something George, and there is Fern Narcisco. And it's only black people's names she calls in. So denigration only centers around people like you and me, as far as the SESA is concerned. So I am being very kosher this afternoon.
All right.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Welcome to you.
Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon to
Yes,
you.
yes, sir. Yesterday I got up calling on the same issue of the pilots and the standoff with the Caribbean Airlines,
Mm-hmm.
and rightly everybody want to be fair on what is going on, and therefore you yourself, John,
Mm-hmm.
would have said that you want to hear both sides. You
Correct.
know, both sides of the story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but John, I have a shorter fuse than you probably because I recognize that
Don't say
everything
that.
in this country, John, seems
Uh,
to be weaponized against government. You understand?
mm-hmm.
Remember 60 years ago, Eric Williams in the independence dream established that a independent nation needs a national carrier. And he bought those planes for cash, you know. Over the years, there's been a lot of mismanagement because the
Yeah.
industry is not hard to manage. It's not easy to manage. It's
Oh, I
very
know
hard.
going to say it's very
Very
difficult
hard
to
to
manage.
manage, right? And
Yeah.
therefore, they sold those planes that he purchased for cash and purchased them back in what is called a wet lease arrangement.
Mm.
You know, so over the years, the management thing has been challenged, but we must never lose the fact that it started with a dream of people who felt that we had a national carrier and we were proud to have one. Look at Air Jamaica folded up. Liat became chaotic because everybody in the region wanted a national carrier, but nobody could finance it. Trinidad was able to do that over 60 years. Those pilots and their John, and you would hear the opposition MP, Munilal, supporting them and demanding
Well,
that government listen to them and all kind of things.
no, but he is calling for the board to resign, and I find
Exactly.
he is fast and out of place. There are people
You
closer
understand?
to him. He should be calling for resignations of,
Exactly.
without calling any names. You know, so Mr. Munilal is fast and out of place. And
John, I'm not falling for this
mm,
both sides thing because just like the Paria incident, we found out all of us if those tragedy victim guardians and families had done the proper thing as an organization, work with the organization, they would have sorted out by now, no.
oh yeah,
But it became this big
and they
quagmire
became
of things that we
embroiled.
still waiting on a
It
report.
became a political football.
You understand, John?
And
So I'm not falling for this thing about I want to hear both sides. We have a management of the airline, and whatever they say, I listening to them because we ain't put no incompetent people out
No.
because they
But
want to get
the point I
lead.
was making yesterday,
Yeah,
I wanted to hear both sides without making judgment.
I
So
hear you.
we were getting a lot of people, attacking the pilots. The pilots may also have a case. How they
I
went
agree.
about dealing with it may not have been the best, and
I agree.
neither did the management of Carl deal with it the best, as far as I'm concerned. But it's good to hear that today at the news conference, both entities, the management and the union, are working together to get things back on track. That's
But here this,
important.
but here this curveball now.
Mm.
TV6 hasn't apologized yet for a journalist confronting our prime minister the night of the election
With
and giving
incorrect
him incorrect
information.
information
Mhm.
about those 30,000 votes
Yeah.
in Dugomas in 28.
You
Hasn't come out now, but
are
every
you
time.
expecting an apology?
But John, every time Broglio, where we now talking about a global spat between two countries, Guyana and Trinidad, because what's his name? He's saying that Trinidad have foreign exchange problems, where they're talking about the exchange rate. I mean, it requires a class sometimes to act as a leader, you know, and our prime minister's class. I don't think that happened to that other person because I was incensed to see this a young lady from Guyana put out a video for
Pause the
7
video.
minutes.
Yeah, but I dismiss those kinds of
Obscene,
people.
boy. These things are
I
obscene, John.
dismiss. Yeah, but those, you see, and that's the thing about social media. Anybody could jump up and say what they want.
And
And
people
some of
telling
them
us
you
you
need to
welcome to
ignore. Some of
Trinidad and
them
all
you
these things.
really need to let them talk, and because they are very insignificant.
Yeah, but whenever it comes down to brass tacks and things, I would like Trinidadians to stand up and defend what is ours because that is what we lose everything after that.
Yeah,
You understand?
I
All
hear
right,
you.
John.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
bro.
Have a good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to you.
Hi, John.
Hello.
This is Eve.
Hi, Eve. How are you doing, darling?
Good. I just called to say hi.
Hey, nice hearing from you.
Don't let nobody ruffle your
No,
feathers
no, no, no. My
today.
feathers down and smooth. And if they ruffle it, they'll get whatever coming to them.
Right. Keep your fingers close to the switch.
You have a good one. Thank
Yes.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome to 622-3937. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good day. Is this John? Ready to talk about anything?
Yes.
Well, within reason. I'm a first time caller.
Nice to have you.
Yes, sir. And I was listening to I actually stumbled upon the station yesterday and was intrigued about the discussion. And the sad thing to say is that, our expectations as, I won't say PLM supporters or whatever, but we are decent, law abiding citizens and we expect all leaders to respect the institutions we put in place, like the EBC, the commissions of inquiry, all these things, right? But when leaders now question or challenge unnecessary, they slowly dilute the trust. Now, the sad thing of
it's not because I don't want you to say challenge, because you can challenge, but when you challenge unfairly or with inaccurate information or misinformation, that is when it becomes dangerous.
Right? Well, okay. Thank you for correcting me, but I was alluding to that same point. And the thing is, we reach an age, as I just told the gentleman there with the lady in Guyana, how she's spewing out information. Then you're looking at the reporter who gave a false statistic and has not apologized. We reach an age where information is pelted around. Even the politicians giving information. You understand? Like you say, if you're challenging, challenge correctly. But the morality now is so low. Information is not being properly
disseminated.
Dispersed for one, because it might be incorrect.
Yeah.
And therefore people...
No, what you need to say is corrected. Factual information is not being dispersed. Because information is, all kind of information. Because misinformation is information too. Eh?
Right, factual. Information is information. But, the morality is that if I'm a person of integrity and I say something, it's supposed to be my word now. I don't really want to call partners, but I'll call it already. The other side or the opposition has led a campaign of divisive politics that is really
dangerous. It is dangerous.
Destroying the very fabric or the original intent Dr. Eric Williams and Capeldio envisioned for both African and East Indian and all people to live in Trinidad peaceably. Now, I would like to say one last thing though. I think the general Trinidadian public kind of suffering from identity issues.
You're right about that.
Well, I mean, you can tell by our young people who killing each other because they want to join a gang and they're looking for recognition. And all that has to do with lack of identity. The politics, lack of identity. Nobody wants to be a Trinidadian, or nobody knows what it is to be a Trinidadian again.
Until they leave Trinidad.
Yeah.
Because those of us, those Trinidadians outside of Trinidad understand what it is to be.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they get nostalgic and you see red, white, and black, and they want to hold it up every time. But in Trinidad, you don't even have the red, white, and black colors flying throughout the night, like how the Americans do.
Yeah.
And the point I was trying to say is that our fabric of our nation is really under threat.
I agree with you.
I think Eric Williams, if I were to go back in Marlborough House, first of all, the disunities is affecting Trinidad. We should not say Trinidad and Tobago, we said Trinbago, because we don't understand why, the division with Tobago just because of geological location. Then you have the East Indian and the African division. Then you have economic division. All of them playing a serious part of fragmenting the society and giving less hope for our young people. our young people are the ones that are going to feel it the most. Because as they know, sexy coming out in this
But I want to
evening.
say you're right. Our young people will feel it the most, and then they will make us feel it.
Well, of course,
Remember that.
because hopelessness, a lot of them doing the murders because they do not feel as if they have any hope in their life. They don't feel they could just get a home. They don't feel they could get married. They don't feel they could get an education. They don't feel they could get a good job to pay them well, to travel. They're not seeing beyond.
Well, because they're not taking the time to look. It is available. But if you want it in quick time, like instant, they see everything, and this is what we have to teach our children as parents and leaders and so forth. Everything requires work, and if you don't do the work, you cannot reap the benefit.
But John, I believe as elders and leaders, we can only do our job by setting a proper
example
and an environment for our seed to grow.
Agreed.
Because right now they're growing
they're growing wild. They're growing wild.
Right. And I'm calling on all Trinidadians and families, come together. There's no development in disunity, in unforgiveness, in fragmentation. For Trinidad and Tobago to really exist in the futures to come, we must be mature in our election process. We must not just vote on a VAPS or emotion.
On emotion. Agreed.
We must elect responsible, credible, mature, reliable people that can manage the resources of our nation and for our children.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you, my brother. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, my dear.
Hi, Maria. How are you doing?
Hi, dear. What I could say, thank God, to be alive in the land of the living.
That's right. We have to count our blessings.
What's that, darling?
I say we have to count our blessings.
Yes, without Master, there's nobody else, because when you get in difficulty, the first person you just call, oh God.
Yeah.
You understand me? John, hear this now. Who's the person to become the mayor of Port of Spain, boy? You could tell me?
Yeah, his name is Chinua Alain. That's the Mr. Manning's nephew.
Well, if I tell you something, his sister did a very good job for me. And my kids had born premature, right? And at the Port of Spain Hospital. Oh gosh, boy.
Well, that's Chinua's mother.
Yes, that's his mom. I know him very good. That's very nice. You understand me? Very, very nice. She worked hard too. She worked hard.
And Chinua is a very, very good young man.
Yes. And just recently, about a month ago, I was inquiring about her, Yeah, I was, but that's good. So what happened? I thought, since you got to be the mayor, he ain't get picked?
Maria.
No, I just asking question.
He ain't get picked. You don't get picked for mayor, so no.
Now,
and you're trying to pick people who have...
Because you're sharing bread and water.
Well, obviously, bread and water is not the road to the mayorship.
You could be this thing. Try to see if you can mama guide people. But John, a sea boy, cooking Worcestershire in the East Coast, boy. Over 21 million worth. You saw that or heard it on the news?
No, I actually didn't listen to the news today, to be very honest. So that happened. All right. So the drugs continue to come.
Okay. Well, hear me. I asked the question when I heard about it. I only hope the people and them, those who went, the police constable went there to do something, to bring it, to take care of it, to put it in the forensic. I hope all the package reach there, right? I'll call back in. Have a
good one. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
I'm just looking at my radio a little bit.
That's nice.
I just have a nice, gentle request for the Prime Minister of Guyana. He's aware that our foreign currency is being deplenished. I wonder if you remember that we'll lend them some money and route it off. Is it possible that he could help us by, giving us the money that he wrote up in US currency so we could fill back our coppers? That's nice, and not being rude.
Okay. I hear that. Thanks for your call. Good afternoon. Welcome. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Hello, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Good day to Trinidad and Tobago. Your colleagues in the morning was making fun of this 15 million and rising sick out at Cal over the weekend. Kind of in a humorous direction.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think the government or Cal wasting time by going and looking to see where these 90-something fellas get sick leave.
Actually, there's an investigation that's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. This morning, your colleagues in the morning carried the whole conversation into a humorous zone,
Well,
it's a total waste of time, and the poll was 80-something%. That is a waste of time.
Well, yeah,
because you could carry the direction just by your comments and think people are voting according to
but
how you carry the conversation.
Caller, hear me. I am on radio on a Thursday and a Saturday. You could hold me responsible for what is said then.
I'm holding you responsible, Bridget.
Yeah, I know.
I
know, but I'm saying
it's not a waste of time.
I hear you.
It was trying to make it sound like, it's a waste of time.
All right. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you. Hey, what's up?
Just to continue what that gentleman was saying there about the discussion this morning, I think it was kind of immature in the sense that if you are managing an airline and an incident like that occurs, it is logical that you would have to do some investigative report, not necessarily to determine if the individuals were sick or not, but to get some background as to the genesis of the particular decision to call a strike. If, for instance, it was determined that there was collusion with the union in terms of coordinating it.
Because remember they're having meetings with the union currently, so this could be good background information, probably.
Right, then the union could be guilty of an industrial relations offense. And even if you only having an investigation to identify shortcomings internally, when an incident like that occurs, it's not just wash your hands and move on, so that I think it was immature of them to condemn an investigation, because clearly the management would have to report to the board,
of course,
and the board to the minister. So it's a process. Now I already called because I find sometimes the media in Trinidad and Tobago tends to create a narrative without doing a background and analyzing clearly what they say. Now, my argument is that human behavior generally in a similar environment is very consistent. And I talking that in terms of election turnout. Now, I don't like to come on the radio without some research or some background information. So that looking at the turnouts across the globe, and I want to use the US and Britain as a comparison. When the US elects the Congress people, which is generally a kind of, not a primary, but a lesser election than the presidential.
Than the presidential, yeah.
Right. The turnout is 40% or lower. Right? For the presidential, is between 50 and 60 generally. Occasionally, it might go beyond 60. In England, who have a similar system to us, they elect their local government representatives for 4 years. And when you look at the turnout across counties, it hardly ever, well, not counties, but different districts, it hardly ever goes beyond 36%. So that it is normal how we voted there. The 30 might be a little unusual, but the 34 is not outside the global average then.
Not too far.
So that the way that the media happen on the low turnout and something wrong with our democracy and the party is not motivating the members and things. That is only a slight part. It is a phenomenon then in how people vote then. And I think that when
it followed normal trends.
Yeah, and I think when they write in the editorials, they must do so honestly. Because if you follow the editorial alone, you'll feel that something wrong with us, that we outside the pale then in terms of how we vote. When in truth and in fact, our numbers are just normal. Our numbers are quote unquote human.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make that point.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
You too. 622-3937. 8 minutes before the hour of 4 o'clock, 8 minutes away from News Center 5 at 4. Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Guru.
Afternoon to you.
Isn't it an indictment on the new parties, the new combinations that would have caused 70%, the highest ever, to stay away from the polls? Most people want to portray it as an indictment against PNM, the red and yellow. But the first time you had so many people coming, and I'm sure I, as a member of the electorate, I didn't like the way Jack Warner and Gary Griffith could say some of the foulest and nastiest things, and then in the wink of an eye, they're hugging up the leader of the opposition. It is that kind of low, mean, greedy disposition in some of our politicians that would have turned back several people. So the new parties, the Watson Duke Party, the Gary Griffith Party, the Philip Edward Alexander Party. For the first time, the electorate has shown their total disapproval, not just the red and the green, but for all of these masqueraders, deceitful politicians that are just coming on the scene just to get power. They will make all kind of arrangements just to see if they could get into office. So when people come in, low turnout, they have to study what.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting way of looking at it, because they erode and destroy the
belief and
faith in the system.
The faith in the politics. Yeah. And that is what has to be hammered by both the PNM, especially. They should say, well, look, listen, all the years we competing, look what happened. Now these fellas come on the stage. And I bet if they are wrong for the next local government, you might get 10% of the victory.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon to you.
Opposition politics always attracts strange bedfellows. However, I don't believe the entrance of these mocking pretenders had anything to do with the persons who decided not to vote. As you and another person mentioned, traditionally, local government has always had a low turnout throughout the world. However, we in Trinidad, we began, we have sense. You have one vote for the party that has the consciences in hand, rather than the party that is only concerned about their selfish motives and their need to vacuum our treasury. No respect, and don't forget, Mr. Jack De Indiana, he's a second like another never see come see, who is biting the hand that fed his country years ago by talking about how Trinidad businessmen go in Guyana to get scarce forex. Either work in Guyana, where must get money from? So we have to dismiss all these guys with their philosophies and think of your future, your children's future, by voting for the people who have our national interests in good stead.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon to you.
Okay, I'm so happy to get on to the show. Trying all the time. Anyhow, hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Is this the show? The radio, the talk show on the radio?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you something. I'm proud of my party, the PNM, because there was so much odds against them, especially those with the money that they wanted and all of that, that I thought they would have done worse than this. The opposition, everybody came out for them because they wanted to put the PNM out. But they're still there. They're still strong. And I'm waiting on the general election. We're going to whip them again.
We're getting set for News Center 5 at 4.
If you sing the same song, I might go insane. Because it's a small, the same thing I hear. I know it have a better day coming. But then anyhow that I look around, I see the whole world heading for destruction. People committing crimes and for their escape. They're doing all that for the children's sake. The lion and the lion and the lion and the lion. Because the dying and the dying and the dying and the dying. Better days are coming. Here you come and wait. Bus workers on strike, all workers don't cool. So your children can get bus to go to school. The electric people cannot agree. So no light for your child to cram for GC. Because two big man can sit down like man and try to resolve a situation. The power hungry look they carry on and losing the little children has gone. The lion and the lion and the lion and the lion. Because I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm waiting. Better days are coming. Wait, man. Come in. Better days. For schools and 90 for bombs. 8 million for house and 60 for guns. That is the type of budget we're making. So get ready for this better days. We're coming. 18-year-old joining up military to kill 18-year-old that they never see. That is the type of preparation we take to live in this beautiful promised land.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 4.
Probe continues into major drug find in Mayaro. An assurance that everything is being done to minimize inconvenience caused by withdrawal from service of the MV Cabo Star, Caribbean Airlines to refund affected passengers, and Putin expressed his condolences over a plane crash which claimed the life of Yevgeny Prigozhin. Good afternoon, I'm Sterling Henderson with the news to 4 o'clock. A major drug find at a beach in Mayaro. Police say the large quantity of cocaine has an estimated street value of $21 million. A party of officers led by Acting Sergeant Mohammed, based on information, went to Isthmus Road, Guaguari, and made the discovery yesterday. News Center 5 understands whilst there, the lawmen met with officials who escorted them to the coastline along the western side of the compound. Reports say 36 packets of cocaine with a total weight of 46 kilograms were subsequently recovered on the shoreline. Speaking with News Center 5 this morning, Senior Superintendent Khan gave an update on the discovery.
Around 11 a.m. on yesterday's date, we received information of a large bag washed up on the shore at Guayaguari. I immediately dispatched a party of officers to the scene. On arrival, they discovered a large duffel bag containing 36 packages of what appeared to be cocaine with a street value of over $21 million. This is a significant amount of drugs that we have taken off the street. We are continuing investigations into this find and relying on our intelligence gathering to ascertain the origin of the drugs. With the support of the TNT Air Guard, TTPS support unit, and the coastal unit, we are carrying out further searches in the area.
No one has been arrested. The drug was taken to the Mayaro police station. Inquiries are continuing. An assurance that everything is being done to minimize any inconvenience which may be caused by the withdrawal from service of the MV Cabo Star. The vessel was forcibly taken out of service following a fire in one of its engines overnight. The incident occurred at 11:23 p.m. on Wednesday, shortly after its departure from Scarborough. There were no injuries, and the fire was isolated and extinguished by the crew in accordance with its emergency protocols. Whitfield Turner reports from Tobago.
Via a release, the Port Authority says meals are being provided to all passengers who have been on board the vessel since 11 p.m. last night. It adds the vessel will be towed from its current position just off of Lowlands back to the Scarborough port, where passengers will be offloaded. Once that is done, the Cabo Star will then be towed to the Port of Spain to facilitate an investigation by the vessel's insurers, certification from the Maritime Services Division, and repair works to engine number 2. The Port Authority stresses that the Cabo Star will only resume service when it is certified safe to operate. In the meantime, it says vehicles weighing up to 7,000 kilograms will be transported via the APT James, Buku Reef, and the Galleons Passage based on the availability of space. However, priority will be given to vehicles transporting foodstuff and other perishables. The Port Authority reiterates that there has been no interruption to the passenger ferry service side of things and that all sailings remain as scheduled. Reporting from Tobago for News Center 5, I'm Whitfield Turner.
Caribbean Airlines promises refunds and credits to all passengers affected by the pilot's sick-out. The incident last weekend led to major delays and cancellation of flights and the disruption for the state-owned carrier. Pilots called in sick en masse on Sunday, leaving hundreds of travelers stranded, and Caribbean Airlines scrambling to wet lease several aircraft to fill the void. Addressing the media today, Chief Executive Officer of CAL, Garvin Madeira, assured passengers will be reimbursed for their inconvenience.
As by tomorrow, we will be putting up a portal on our website so that customers could absolutely put in the specifics of what they incurred in terms of cost. We hope that within 2 weeks of receiving those requests, we will be able to basically provide the refunds. Once people have been affected and they would like a refund, they will be granted their refunds. If they have incurred specific costs, we will absolutely examine it and look to support that. We are also providing credits, starting with the air bridge. We are providing refunds on the forward leg, credits for future use on the forward leg, so doubling up for Tobago. On international and regional, we're also providing credits to people in addition to any refunds, or even if you got the flight later on at a delayed date.
Mr. Madeira said the impact of the pilot's action was significant.
Last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a large number of pilots, 20 on Friday, 19 on Saturday, and 54 on Sunday, called in sick with minimal notice. This forced Caribbean Airlines to cancel 60 flights in total on these days, significantly impacting some 5,000 customers. Sick calls on this scale were orders of magnitude greater than normal operations and were clearly ad hoc industrial action. This event is deeply regrettable, entirely out of our control, and taken with no consideration for the impact of the lives of those passengers or the impact on our business.
CAL received injunctive relief as the pilots represented were ordered back to work by the industrial court. It is reported that the pilots are seeking an increase in salaries. Mr. Madera said certain assurances have been given by the pilots.
A number of years, including through the pandemic, pilots have received an annual increment to their salary. Pilots receive an annual salary increment of 3% each year. So the pay rises that we're negotiating for is above the increases that these pilots would have received every year since 2016 till present. On Monday at 8:30 p.m., I met with the chair of the union and members of his council. And in that meeting, both sides reaffirmed our commitment to customers to not have something like that reoccur again. And we are all looking forward to an amicable resolution, because at the end of the day, we're disrupting businesses, security, and we have a responsibility to see that this is sorted out in an amicable fashion.
CAL also confirmed that the entire fiasco cost the airline $15 million. 3 individuals are arrested, a large quantity of ammunition seized, and a stolen vehicle recovered during anti-crime exercises in various divisions. During an exercise held between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. yesterday, officers of the North Central Division Task Force, acting on information, proceeded to Savannah Trace in 5 Rivers, Aruca. Kevin Garcia has the details.
The officers conducted a search of a white Nissan Wing Road motor vehicle with 2 male occupants. Police say during the search, a plastic bag containing 87 rounds of ammunition was found. The 2 men, a 21-year-old from Caroni and a 43-year-old from Aruca, were arrested and taken to the Aruca police station. A TTPS release says, in another incident, officers of the Northeastern Division and the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force conducted a joint exercise in Morva. During the exercise, officers responded to a report of armed men in a white Hyundai vehicle acting suspiciously. Upon arrival, 2 men attempted to flee. The release says the officers gave chase and apprehended the driver a short distance away. Further inquiries revealed that the vehicle was reportedly involved in a robbery in the St. James district. The 20-year-old suspect was apprehended and taken to the Morva police station for processing. On the same day, between the hours of 2 p.m. and 5 p.m., officers of the Western Division Task Force proceeded to Jerriton Street, Morva, based on gathered intelligence. They recovered a brown Kia Sportage that had been reported stolen at gunpoint earlier that day. No one was arrested in connection with this find. Reporting for News Center 5, I am Kevin Garcia.
A prison officer is nursing gunshot wounds following a shooting incident in Aruca. He is Esdell Mitchell. It is the second officer to be attacked this week. Reports say the latest incident took place at Edna Hill, Windy Hill at around 9:45 last night. Speaking with News Center 5 this morning, Prisons Commissioner Dioprasad Ramutar confirmed the latest attack on one of his officers.
Yes, the police are still doing their investigation, but the preliminary report so far is that it's unrelated. There's conflicting reports of how many bullets he was shot, right? So I don't want to add to that confusion. I'll say that he was shot several times. He's stable. It's serious injury, but he's stable, and he's being treated well. He is coherent. He's speaking, and police is actively involved in the matter.
On Monday, another prisons officer was shot at and wounded while dropping off a young child at a daycare at around 5:30 a.m. He was identified, or is identified rather, as Apiston de Roche. Reports say that incident occurred in the vicinity of 9th Avenue and 2nd Caledonia Barataria. The victim was shot in his neck and face and was taken to hospital for medical treatment. The other 2 occupants of the car, a woman and a child, were unharmed during that attack. Acting Prison Commissioner Dioprasad Ramutar was not ready to make a connection between the attack and the service. The recent destruction of infrastructure at the Lupino Historical Complex is believed to be an act of political sabotage. This is the view of Public Utilities Minister Marvin Gonzalez. The incident saw street signs being ripped down, dustbins being overturned with garbage bags thrown across some areas, and pipelines being smashed and broken. The pipelines were delivered to the site recently to ensure a more reliable water supply to the community. Speaking from Tobago this morning, Minister Gonzalez tells News Center 5 the incident is unfortunate.
Sadly, the recent renovation that is being done on the Lupino historical site, the vandals also went onto the site, destroying the bathroom sets, destroying recent paintings that were placed on the walls, as well as new lights that have been deployed on the site to illuminate it during the nighttime. Grass that were cut and packaged by the CPEP workers days before, those bags of grass and bush were thrown all over the road, and the community was just, in total shock as to what transpired. I was not surprised, because every time attempts were made in the past to advance and to bring development to the community of Lupino, as Member of Parliament, I have been met with resistance by people who are opposed to the People's National Movement.
Minister Gonzalez added that his government has been looking after the needs of the Lupino community, and some are against it.
During the last 3 years, we have been at work in Lupino. We've put down new street lights for the very first time in that community. We have constructed a new water treatment plant to improve their supply of water. We are laying down new pipelines in Lupino in La Pastora to bring pipe-borne water for the very first time. We are also making preparation to bring improvements to the road condition. And we are renovating and restoring the historical site. Unfortunately, our political detractors are not happy about that. Recently, they have launched, in the lead up to the local government election, they launched their campaign in Lupino. And of course, the results of the election, they are not happy about it. And as a result of that, they engaged in acts of vandalism and sabotage with the hope of making the government look bad, or perhaps the Member of Parliament.
The Public Utilities Minister and Member of Parliament for Lupino Bonaire assured that he will not be distracted from the business of the people. He said the matter is now in the hands of the police. Internationally, Russian President Vladimir Putin has expressed condolences over the Prigozhin plane crash. Mr. Putin praised Mr. Prigozhin as a talented businessman and said he wished to express sincere condolences to the families of those who died. He added in televised comments that it was necessary to await the outcome of the official investigation into the crash, in which all 10 people were killed. The Russian president said the inquiry would take some time. He said Mr. Prigozhin contribution in Ukraine. Daniel Hawkins, a journalist.
Almost as if the Kremlin wanted to Prigozhin's death, this incident, the last 24 hours here. Summit in South Africa, where Vladimir Putin and Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, made speeches. That's been the focus of media attention. Very little airtime devoted to the crash, and the coverage that was there was pretty much factual. Very little speculation or analysis of what exactly happened. It did take a while, as I say, for this confirmation to come through. It's been pretty much 24 hours since this crash happened, and the Russian Civil Aviation Authority was very quick to release the passenger list from this private aircraft. That in itself was quite an unusual move. Of course, with usual civilian aircraft, with aircraft companies, the passenger lists are sent to the Aviation Authority automatically. when it comes to private flights, that is very different. So many were surprised that that list was publicized. Investigators, of course, the 10 bodies recovered from this site were in such a condition that post-mortems would require some sort of DNA analysis to identify them. The bodies were badly burnt due to the fire and alleged explosion on the aircraft. Seemingly, that has officially now happened.
Reporting from Moscow, journalist Daniel Hawkins. And that's the news to 4 o'clock. As we go look at the headlines, probe continues into major drug find in Meyaru, an assurance that everything is being done to minimize any inconvenience which may be caused by the withdrawal from service of the MV Cabo Star, Caribbean Airlines to refund affected passengers, and Vladimir Putin expresses condolences over plane crash which claimed the life of Yevgeny Prigozhin. I'm Sterling Henderson. We'll have another major news center for you at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
After freeness is
Whoa. Whoa. This is a family program.
Relax now. I'm trying to tell you something. This month at Flow, you're getting free Samsung smartphone and free installation when you sign up for the 200 plan.
That is the plan. With 200 megabytes upload and download speed, Paramount Plus, and real channels for $299.
That is the plan, sir. Sign up for the Select 200 plan today.
Iowa George, Temperature, The Band, Urban Alps. Saki and 2023 National Panorama Champions. BP Renegades. We've got Soca that represents the Independence Vet. See you there. This Independence to Republic. I-95.5 FM celebrate. At 61, we are family. Our journey through introspection, self-determination, and harmony. Keep it right here on the businesses that made an impact. Our sporting heroes that put us on the map. And city lights, highlighting our cities and boroughs. This is what 61 means to us. Our journey through introspection, self-determination, and harmony. At 61, we are family. From independence to republic. Celebrate with us on I-95.5 FM. I-95.5 FM. In criminal justice, including 27 years of distinguished service with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Let's welcome Carlisle Holder. He will share his expertise on prison management, prison reform, programs, restorative justice, and much more.
Project Hope. After freeness is...
Whoa. This is a family program.
Relax now. I'm trying to tell you something. This month at Flow, you're getting free Samsung smartphone and free installation when you sign up for the 200 plan.
That is the plan. With 200 megabytes upload and download speed, Paramount Plus, and rare channels for $299.
That is the plan, sir. Sign up for the Select 200 plan today or visit online at discoverflow.co to join Tobago's newest fiber network.
Getting you through your afternoon. You're inside the 95 Afternoon Drive on I-95.5 FM.
Come, let me go to Tobago, that paradise, Bombay, Robinson Crusoe. And it is said, it's the land of tomorrow. Princess Margaret say, come to Tobago for holiday. Now the whole world say, come to Tobago for holiday. Smile, let we smile in Tobago, that paradise, Bombay, Robinson Crusoe. And it is said, it's the land of tomorrow. Ronald Reagan say, come to Tobago for holiday. Now Bill Clinton say, come to Tobago for holiday. If you want a happy vacation, you can get it right here in my land. If you want a happy vacation, you can get it right here in my land. Situated south of America, on the border of Venezuela, the land of Robinson Crusoe. I introduce you to the island of Tobago. Everybody come, there we go, we go to Tobago, that paradise. Bombay, Robinson Crusoe. And it is said, it's the land of tomorrow. Tobago for holiday. I heard he flew in today. Come to Tobago for holiday. Tobago, the best island in the west. Come to Tobago for holiday. I want to hear you must visit the rainforest. Come to Tobago for holiday. Drive about the countryside every day. Come to Tobago for all them winding hills. Come to Tobago for holiday. Make your way into scenic Charlottesville. Come to Tobago for holiday. And when you get up there, do just as I say. Come to Tobago for holiday. Slide down the steps into Pirates Bay. Come to Tobago for holiday. And when you're coming back home on your homeward ride.
424 in TNT, and we inside the, of course, the Tobago Matters segment, brought to you with the kind compliments of Flow. And Tobago, sign up for the Select 200 plan from Flow and get a free Samsung smartphone, free installation, 200 megabytes, Paramount Plus, and more for only $299 a month. Visit online at discoverflow.co today. Offer valid while stocks last. And yes, we'd like to hear from Tobago. What is happening in Tobago? They're looking good across there earlier. A lot of, I don't know. So Tobago, this is Tobago Matters. Call us and give us an update of what's happening in our sweet sister isle, while she is still our sweet sister isle. Because I don't know what is the intention of those who sit at the helm of the THA. I am confused as to what they really want for Tobago. And if you in Tobago are better informed, please call us and let us know. Mr. Augustine Farley, I would love if you would call and join us on this program, and so you could, elucidate your plans for this style. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yeah.
It's been a while, please. Yeah, I'm asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is happening in Tobago that is not happening elsewhere?
You want me to tell you what's happening in Tobago that is not happening elsewhere?
Yeah.
A number of things.
Explain.
A number of questions that need to be answered by the chief secretary. There's an issue of a man who was brought forward by the chief secretary.
This is the problem.
Oh God, let me ask my question. Let me answer now. Right. Has been brought forward by the chief secretary, and this whistleblower is now blowing a different tune to the one that the chief secretary brought him to blow. So I would like to find out what exactly is going on, who is right, who is wrong, and from where I sit, it seems at times the chief secretary is interfering in matters that he should not be. But you go ahead now and speak. And remember, if you're coming with nonsense or bad information, misinformation, you no longer will be speaking. But here. Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Who determines that?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
Any other questions?
No, I don't.
All right, good. Good afternoon. Welcome.
John,
Sir.
did you hear the opening launch of Fari's party and the behavior of the pastor?
Any Pastor Baines?
Yeah, empty the whole clip.
Yeah,
So I want to know these people
No. Yeah, you want to know? These people, from how it seems, by their MO and their behavior, are clones of
the UNC.
It would seem that way. That's how it seems to me.
Dr. Rowley called she haughty. She said war. These people are grasping at straws, and that's the behavior that my friend condoning.
Well, he always calls with nonsense. I don't know why he wastes his time, because as I always tell him,
John,
when he calls with misinformation, he ain't gonna talk long here.
John, I always tell people, when you see a shame, the first thing you do, you grasp at straws and start to be disrespectful and get personal. The fact of the matter, Tobago economy is suffering because of the instability of these independents. There is now some Tobago party. Fari has admitted that he is the one on the tape. The whistleblower say one thing. He said he had a whistleblower. Now the whistleblower saying that that is not so, and that he was paid by certain people. So it's a whole Kalalua messing Tobago. The whole THA has no credibility. And this has happened for the first time since the late great A.N.R. Robinson. And there's no comparison with no one else. The fact of the matter is that Watson Duke said, and repeated by saying, Fali's a selfish fella, and his nickname in Tobago is Lion Fali. Nobody believes him. Not even the people that support him believes him. And that's just the reality. So they can defend how much they want to defend. Tobago is deteriorating economically, and their image is being shot every day by this administration. Thanks, John.
All right, have a good one. 622-3937. Yeah, so I would love if Augustine Farley would grace us with a call, so he could answer some questions, because I have questions for you, sir. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, my brother?
I am good, sir.
Yes, man. Farley had this ability to program people into believing that what he says is gospel. And the same people find themselves on social media echoing the same notices. You will say,
I could think of people like that. You have Trump, you have Hitler.
Yeah. But that is what controlling narrative means. You understand? Because if Hitler tell the people and them that the more you lie, that will become the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So the same thing taking place with them, because they know exactly who they speak to, right? He was suggesting that in light of what was happening recently with the airline, that
I guess they wish that they could invite other airlines on the route. Right? Now, how on earth could that make sense?
No. Let me stop you. I want him to invite them. Because you
Yes,
know what?
but-
Because no subsidy will be extended to those airlines unless the Tobago House of Assembly is going to subsidize them. So it
And they
means
do other
that
capital.
the cost of the flights would be very different. So go ahead, invite them.
Yeah,
I want him
I
to
made the
invite
point
them.
too, you know. I wish he get that wish because I know it ain't gonna last 6 months.
I want
Right?
him to invite them. Let him go ahead and invite. Invite who you want.
Because
This man
Tuesday
has to
Tuesday night-
be a
go
little more
ahead.
sensible and choose his words a little more wisely.
You see, when you are populist, I don't think you just think clearly when you are populist. Because you know that people like you. People love you regardless of what. Right? But Tuesday night they were in New York and they had a town meeting. And he made that same
You mean
comment
the
about
same New York that when Watson went, he had a little problem with?
Yeah.
Okay, just
the
check.
Tobago Day and they spill over. Right? And when he made that suggestion, somebody from the floor at Tobago and living abroad. Because you know people complain from time to time that when they travel from New York, going to Trinidad is always be a painful thing, so they prefer to come direct.
But you know there are a couple of flights going direct to Tobago now.
Yeah. And that was introduced by this government.
Yeah, right.
You understand?
Yeah.
But the girl was suggesting to him that JetBlue, it would be nice to have JetBlue on the route. I give JetBlue come here because at the end of the day, we still have JetBlue and we still have Caribbean Airlines to choose from. Caribbean Airlines is $400 return. How much you expect to pay JetBlue if JetBlue is a combination to make a profit?
Who pay?
Son?
This is what I'm saying. Let him invite them.
Yeah. Sometimes they have to wish that they get the wish that they hope for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
6223937. I don't know. Sometimes, again, fit for purpose comes in. You have to choose people who are fit for the job you would like them to do. You know, and if they are not, these are some of the things that can happen. Right? These are some of the things that can happen. And Tobago has to understand that. I mean, Watson Duke, Farley, see you all yourself. Well, what can I say? You ask for, you know, old people always say, "Be careful what you ask, what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for." So, but you see things that are, this is decisions that are made in haste and in hate have serious consequences. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon to you.
Uh,
You're breaking up a little bit. So see if you could find a spot where you could stand and we could hear you properly. Go ahead, try again. Hello. It seems that we have lost you altogether now. Caller? No, actually you're breaking up still. Where you calling from? You on the road or something? All right, somebody else is calling. Let's take another call. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
You know, we really reached at a strange juncture in the country and as a people when we see people saying one thing and doing something else and trying to convince people that they are not. So if we had any doubts that there was no link between Fali and party and the UNC. All was removed when the Sura pastor used the same wording as the opposition leader. And then we go and sink deeper because now we have a so-called pastor using gangster lyrics. So I would like to know, and you know what's even worse? People support such behavior. We have gone to the gutter. We were going in a direction. We reached where we were going, but because we didn't know where we're going, when we reached, we just passed on right there. And we left what we had and what we were supposed to keep, and we threw it away. You know, this guy, Marvin Gaye, said that everybody needs a little truth to hold on. And everybody walking will sometimes stumble onto truth, but never mind. Let us just get up and walk past it anyhow. And this is what we did in the country.
You know what people are saying? You know what people are saying? Yes, pick and pick until.
Yeah.
Have a good one, my brother. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, John.
Hey, what's up,
brother?
Oh, shit,
take my call so fast. I nearly lost my train of thought.
But you are a fool, boy.
Yeah. I take it that. Yeah, that's not. Good evening, everybody. You know, we talked Wagner the other day and see what going there, John. Wow. I mean, you feel we could metaphorically we Wagners could go down by. Yeah, that's not, John. What's going on in this country? It's scary. It's brutal. It's frightening. You know, we need a far right media in this country. If you understand, the people in Tobago, they can't really say nothing. You know that, right?
Yeah.
No, boy. You see, these kind of situations is fear, favor, malice, ill will. They rule with that. You remember what happened to the media fella when he said something and then the following day he say, okay, let me get past this here one time, and he apology.
Right, yeah.
You didn't read between the lines with that man talking there by soldier, boy. Watch that. And you know, we black people right now, we being disenfranchised. We being infiltrated to destroy everything that would work for us, that would be good for us. But what is the problem? As the gentleman said before, it's the people who support this boy, John boy, and the traitors who just play along with the people who using you to destroy a whole nice organ. You know,
and as I said just now, decisions and things made in haste and in hate. And that's what's happening in Tobago, you know. It was things were done in haste and in hate.
Yeah, because right now we you know, come into a decision that the push against development in this country and common sense and everything with integrity is very strong. And I think it's time for, you know, everybody who God-fearing and you know, have integrity and right thinking, I think it's time for them to get a little aggressive now. Instead of giving up, boy, John, boy. I'll go on there, John.
Take care. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon.
I just heard a caller to you mention that he didn't use, I didn't know if he used the word black or Negroes in this country are being disenfranchised. But
Yeah,
this country is being run by a black government. The prime minister is black.
That does not change. That don't change the fact that what he said may be true.
That Negro people or black people are being disenfranchised.
Yeah.
So they're being disenfranchised by their own people then?
No, not necessarily.
Or by their own PNM government
No,
then?
not necessarily.
Well, tell me what it is then.
Well, if you can pick sense out of nonsense, I can help you.
Well, it's nonsense. And then the other fella before him say But you know, people like the fella in Tobago too bad. And no matter what he do, they like him. But it's the same thing here.
People like, yeah, there are people like, no matter what she does, like the opposition leader. There are people,
And
no matter what he did, it like Hitler. And people, no matter what happened with Trump, like Trump. What's
And
your
no
point?
matter what happened with Rowley, they like Rowley.
All right. Well, cool. So it even we even all wrong then.
Yes, man.
All right. Good. Nice. Good afternoon.
Sorry, John. 2 seconds. Let me just clarify to the brother here.
No, you don't waste your time.
Wait.
Don't waste your time.
Like here, listening what taking place.
They don't.
That's what we up against, John.
They don't.
It's things like that we up
I
against.
know,
These
so
people who just try to impress daily, no can Tony with a balance nonsense, boy.
And he plainly don't understand.
Yeah,
but
like
let him not understand.
And are we trying to maintain
I'm not wasting
integrity?
my time. I'm not wasting my
John,
time.
we cannot use certain words and certain phrases on the radio. So we had to speak in a certain kind of way to be decent and to get the message across.
I understand.
I'll go.
Have a good one. Good afternoon. Sometimes there are people who there's only play they don't know, you know. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm speaking up from a point of view of supporting based upon not party, but trying to look at the opportunities to give somebody else a chance. And let me say, I was going all the way saying give Fali a chance. He look like a sincere person. And continuing on, I recognize that for me, I would have voted him, and it would have been a big mistake. Would the people in Tobago right now admit it, that they had made a mistake? I will admit that I would have made a mistake. And seeing all the evidence and all the exposure that takes place, Fali have proven to be been a fraudulent person. I say straightforward, based upon the evidence and the things that he been calling involved in. And I would have been fooled to think he was otherwise. I would like to hear the Tobagonians,
all right,
based upon the evidence coming forward. What is their thinking right now?
Okay. Let's see. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. The last caller talking about, well, if Tobago people will admit that make a mistake and all kind of thing, but what are you judging it from?
Evidence.
The evidence is that Tobago don't have half the vagrants that Trinidad have.
And
Tobago don't flood when a cup of water throw away. The evidence is
so
that
Tobago is good. So Tobago has no problems. No. So Tobago, so what's your point? Tobago has no problems.
No, my point is that we expect Fali or whoever in Tobago to be perfect.
No. Nobody expects Fali. Hold
listening.
on. Nobody expects Mr. Fali to be
perfect.
But we expect him though. We expect him though to be honest.
No, but
and he has proven himself to be a little stranger from the truth at times.
Yeah, but when people say that about
I do understand.
You get offended, right?
No.
Right?
If Dr. Rowley and makes a statement and it's it's proven to be he's a stranger to the truth. Hold on.
Going and close down Petrochin, and he repeated it because if it was closing your fridge at the time. And he said, and look, lo and behold, Petrochin closed down. But the point I want to also make, John, is that I listened this morning, and like the station have a problem with red. Sometimes it's playing loud, and again, an echo and all these kinds of things.
We do.
And Tony, being this man who always have a solution and think to things and always believe that Fali this and Fali. Imagine a simple problem like that. You're making a whole set of thing and young people and this and that.
Yeah, but I don't understand what is the analogy between the two.
The analogy is
if you can't solve your problems, that is the point you're making.
No, what you say? I mean, a simple problem like that.
But the problems. So the problems in Tobago, are simple.
What I'm saying is a year and something. And
so let me ask you something.
We want Fali to say abracadabra. And what I'm saying is
nobody wants. We want him to be honest.
No, but why?
And behave like a big man, not a child.
I want Dr. Rowley to be honest when he says that he will not close down Petrotrain, and if you didn't hear it, and you're closing your fridge, and he did it. And what I'm saying is, it's simply this. It's simply this. Give the man a chance.
A chance
right?
to do what?
No, everything is an issue. And watch me, for donkey years last year, the minister said they will fix the flooding problem once and for all. When they bought the two new boats, the minister said, we will fix the problem at the sea bridge and the air bridge once and for all. And look at this
but that was not something that was planned. That was
look at Picong in Trinidad.
All right. Lord.
Right now,
we have all kind of things. We have crime in Trinidad. You want to talk about the crime too? No, talk about the crime too. No, because that's what you want to talk about. We're talking about something.
But I never mentioned
hold on.
crime.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When the licensing officers came across to Tobago recently and met the licensing office closed, that sounded like behavior of a big person.
When they reach the licensing office closed.
No, yes. Remember that?
You coming by my house, John. You ain't tell me you're coming. Right?
So how they know to close it? So how they know to close it?
Because we saw on Facebook that the bar of the licensing office signs on the door. They bar it up like they're coming to hijack people in Tobago. You're coming in my house.
Your house.
Me you're coming.
Okay.
No,
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you. No. Let's use an analogy. Those licensing officers are licensing officers of Trinidad or Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much. End of story. That is the end of the story. There. Good afternoon.
Sorry, sir. You see what it is the gentleman said before? They will never admit because that's the normal thing. I want them to tell me. Right? How they brainwash so much that they have a hate for somebody that born from their own country. And you can understand why I said that you can see that they're following the same UNC and they are part and parcel.
It's all based on hate. And that's the problem. That's the
narrative.
Yeah.
How Dr. Rowley lie about Petrotrain and Petrotrain closed. No! Petrotrain is not closed. The refinery is closed.
That's right.
So he has never lied about that. But you are listening to the opposition leader and their cronies. And of course, because Fali is an extension of the UNC. And when the minister said something, everybody jumped on his throat. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But lo and behold, it reached. And audience, listen, man, people is vexed when I speak. But this is exactly what was prophesied was going to happen.
All right.
X, Y, and Z was going to come. X, Y, and Z reach. They tried it before, and they used, what is the name? Top gets spin out. Now they use Fali.
I want to say
and
this.
they're totally in control of Tobago. Who is the contractors? They're getting all the contracts in Tobago. Any local contractors in Tobago? I want them to tell me what did Dr. Rowley do that they hate him so.
Win the election.
Dr. Rowley do any miscreant?
Win the election. That's what he did. In Trinidad.
He win it in Trinidad. Yeah. When it is the other hurricane, Dr. Rowley get beat up for going to Tobago. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is his country too.
We are all Trinbagonians, but you see, they want to forget those things conveniently.
Yes, because why? They are going with the narrative of the UNC.
Right. That is based on division. And they don't understand that.
And they divided against their own. What does the Bible say? A house divided against itself
cannot stand up.
You're hating a black man like yourself, and not only a black man, a black Tobagonian.
All right.
And always treating him like he is nothing.
Right,
and for who? Somebody who it is disingenuous? Really?
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, dear.
Mm-hmm.
A very good program, eh? And I look at you as a person's high esteem. I used to be teaching in school. And we was trying to balance equation lines on politics. If you have a line that you're voting for this party, whatever that party do, you will like it. You will only just compare. That's one thing with people, they bias. So you get yourself in a balanced way. When you are radio talk show, people listen. People coming from abroad, they listen to you, also the parliament. So you have to be wise and sensible. You walk in a balanced way, not to shut down people and vexation. Okay, I teach in school very well. And hello?
I'm listening to you.
And I in PNM for over 40-something years. Inside the left, right, and center. All of the chambers, all the ministers. And I'm saying the country need a balance in lines in politics. That will have a problem. Mr. I know Raul from day one. He had great mistakes also too.
Of course. And
the opposition do great mistakes. So you want to see that Jesus say, hey, they got the mote in your eye. They respect another brother eye. Yeah, I know him from day one. If you don't know him, I know him from day one. And heavy arrogance is there in him as well. Okay? I want to see he claim his first son, who I know his mother from day one. I want to see claim that woman child and let it be his own and be proud of that. So you have a grandson.
But I don't understand.
You know
Does he has he I don't you see you coming with information here.
Is that you man talking, you don't know him.
Huh?
The man who's talking here, you don't know him.
I don't know him, right? And
You
therefore,
come on.
I cannot take your word for everything.
But I'll make it
I don't know.
now.
No, how you making me take your word?
If it is so your own that you bring into the world, what will happen to the others?
Has he this? You have proof that he has done that? And
But
if you have the proof, if you have the proof, take it to the right authorities. Don't come here and spew your nonsense. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John.
Afternoon to you.
I like you for that. You know, when these people come and talking foolishness, I mean, them kind of things not for the airways. Understand? John, you asked about the wrongs in Tobago. One of there are several. I mean, the party that won the elections in Tobago is now a minority in the THA. Because there's only one member in the THA from that party. And I want to know what it is really happening. Because I sit down and I ask myself, so what happens now if Dr. Rowley and 12 members of cabinet decide to break away from the PNM and form their own party inside the parliament? What happens then? I mean, if there is something in law that is missing, then I hope that our
well, if I'm not mistaken,
are looking at this thing to make sure.
But if I'm not mistaken, right, I heard Mr. Hochoy Charles say that while in Trinidad, in Parliament, party politics, that in Tobago, in the THA, that is not so. I don't know how true that is.
Okay, we have to check that.
Right.
The Chief Secretary is telling our Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, to call an election. But he does not know that he can also call an election.
In the THA, yeah, he
because
can.
I see that I went through perusing and I see where that the THA can dissolve itself. So he doesn't know that he can also call an election.
No, I think he knows very well.
But he is telling the public that he can't do it.
No, that's not true. Well,
you understand? And then when you speak about secession, you know, you want independence from Trinidad. So what is he going to do if the Parliament of Trinidad said, listen, give Tobago the independence? What is he going to do? What is Tobago's...
Listen,
gross,
here was the problem with Tobago.
income?
Here was the problem with Farley and others. They have not thought past that. You understand?
Yeah.
They have not thought past moving the PNM.
Exactly.
So now that they're in the situation where the PNM is gone, they are like fish out of water. They have no plans for moving it forward.
Well, you see, they come from the trainers at the UNC.
That's right.
They only want to talk about moving the PNM, but they don't know how to run the country.
Correct.
Because all the things they talk about crime in Trinidad up to this day, they can't come up with one system to put in place in order to combat the crime situation.
No, but they put things in place of fixing the crime situation because they wanted to remain that.
Guns and it's into the Wild West.
Not only that, all the efforts in the parliament to put things in place to deal with crime, they don't support. They don't support it.
Yeah, but you see, don't forget they come and disbanded all crime fighting apparatus that we had in this country.
Correct.
They disbanded SORT. And the mighty and the great, so-called great commissioner of police that we had, Gary Griffith, what it is he put in place that is not taking us any closer to crime reduction right now. If you put things in place, one would expect that you'll be seeing some sort of fruits being born right now. But I want this country to remember that the only full calendar year that he had to work was 2019. Because when he came in 2018, we were somewhere in July, August. And then 2019, he had January to December. 2020 is halfway lockdown. 2021 is total lockdown. So and in 2019, we had the second highest amount of murders we ever had in the country. The others was on lockdown. The whole borders, everything was closed down. So I want to know what made him such a great crime fighter.
Well, he wasn't, in my estimation.
I want to play the UNC to tell the country that as
All
well.
right.
It's
Okay.
Motormouth Gary.
Good afternoon. Final call before news.
Yes, John Gill.
Sir.
I only interested right now if the opposition so sincere about this country. I want to know what Gary Griffin hiding in the court, that he blocked the court from Trinidad and Tobago hearing. And I also want to hear why the UNC would not sign the factor bill so we will find out all who export money and have it in banks, Cayman Island, and Swiss accounts and all these things. They refuse to do it. Dr. Rowley and they are ready to sign it, but the opposition refused to sign it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that. Right, we get it set for News Center 5 at 5 with Mr. Kevin Garcia, and that comes up next. I just remind you, Tobago Matters was brought to you with the kind compliments of Flow.
After freeness is...
Whoa. This is a family program.
Relax now. I'm trying to tell you something. This month at Flow, you're getting free Samsung smartphone and free installation when you sign up for the 200 plan.
That is the plan. With 200 megabytes upload and download speed, Paramount Plus, and rare channels for $299.
That is the plan, sir. Sign up for the Select 200 plan today or visit online at discoverflow.co to join Tobago's newest fiber network.
Broadcasting from Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is the most influential name in radio, I-95.5. Live local coverage you can depend on. This is News Center 5 at 5.
Recount, which saw the UNC winning Arima Northeast, overturned. PNM now declared winner. TTPS tells persons in abusive relationships seek help before it is too late. And Ukraine's Zelensky says Kyiv not involved in Prigozhin's death. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Now with the news in detail, I am Kevin Garcia. The People's National Movement's Kim Magdalene Garcia is declared winner in the electoral district of Arima Northeast. In an update from the Elections and Boundaries Commission, it says at the end of the check of the final result of the poll in the electoral district, the PNM candidate received 2 additional votes. The EBC says this result overturns the outcome of the recount, which was conducted during the period August 16th to 17th, 2023, and saw the United National Congress's candidate, Jazino Domingo Gustav Rigsby, being declared the winner. The EBC says this check was conducted by the Assistant Chief Election Officer, Pamela August, today in accordance with Election Rule 1061. The results for Arima Northeast are as follows. The People's National Movement, 625, United National Congress, 624, and the Progressive Empowerment Party, 81. The Tobago House of Assembly says it is monitoring the situation with the lone cargo vessel on the Sea Bridge. Deputy Chief Secretary Dr. Faith B. Israel says the welfare needs of those on board are of concern to the THA.
We have been in direct contact with the crew on board, with passengers on board, with the Port Authority. We've had our Tobago Emergency Management Agency involved in the coordination of the response. We have been in contact with the Tobago Regional Health Authority to ensure that a medical post is set up, just in case anyone needs immediate medical attention having come off of the vessel. We've been ensuring that the welfare needs of the passengers and the crew is taken care of while they are at sea.
However, she is thankful that things are not as bad as originally feared.
We are eternally grateful that the process of towing the vessel has already begun, and they should be docked soon. Of course, this is not a comfortable situation for anyone. The passengers are certainly on the vessel way longer than they had anticipated, way longer than anyone had anticipated. So we understand that this is a very uncomfortable space for them to be in. But we hope and pray that everything works out well, and that they are all safe and sound at the end of this.
The Cabo Star is currently being towed to the Scarborough port at this time. The police service is today encouraging persons living in abusive situations to seek help before it is too late. Commander for the Southern Division, Senior Superintendent Richard Smith, made the statement following a violent situation between a male and female. In a 10-minute, 38-second viral video, a businessman was seen beating, torturing, and threatening to kill a woman while she sat in his Range Rover SUV. In the video, the man even called for a pair of pliers and for a knife and threatened to carve his initials on the woman's face. Police have confirmed that the man and the woman have been in contact with investigators and both have apologized. However, today, Senior Superintendent Smith had a warning to all.
Tuesday afternoon, the TTPS became aware of a video circulating on social media, which depicts a female being violently assaulted by a male. Initial investigation has revealed that this incident occurred in the Southern Division. As a result, I took immediate action. The parties involved have been identified and the investigation has begun. As a law enforcement organization, we condemn every act of violence perpetrated against individuals, and I want to advise all those who are involved in abusive relationships to seek help now, whether the victim is male or female. I urge you to seek help now. To the perpetrators, in circumstances where there is evidence to proceed, you will feel the full brunt of the law.
Data from the Ministry of Health show that between March 2020 to March 2022, 6,250 domestic violence reports were made to the police. On March 8th this year, Minister of Health Terence Yalsing said the vast majority of these reports was intimate partner violence in nature. During the ministry's launch of the policy guidelines on intimate partner violence and sexual violence, Minister Yalsing also revealed that, according to 2017 data, 30% of all women in intimate relationships would have experienced physical or sexual abuse at the hands of their partners. And to some news now outside of Trinidad and Tobago, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Kyiv is not involved in reported death of Yevgeny Prigozhin. Prigozhin listed among the 10 passengers reportedly killed when a private jet crashed north of Moscow. The Kremlin has not yet confirmed his death. Zelensky marks Ukraine's Independence Day by calling it the Day of the Free, the Strong and the Dignified, and the Day of Equals. Al Jazeera's Rob McBride files this report from Kyiv.
This latest statement from Vladimir Putin is being regarded with extreme cynicism here in Ukraine. We've had 24 hours of silence from the Kremlin about somebody who is not an inconsequential character on the Russian scene. If anything, this is a creation of the Russian system. You've had Russian state-run media lionizing the apparent victories of Wagner on the battlefields of Ukraine, especially on the Eastern Front. Suddenly, his apparent demise is being talked about by all of the world's media. We've heard from Sergei Lavrov that this is just the machinations of Western media, if you like, and there's nothing really to discuss. But the absolute relative silence within Russia itself, silence from the Kremlin, and then suddenly, just in this almost understated way, a meeting between Vladimir Putin and the senior official saying, "Oh yes, about the aviation incident, isn't it sad?" About this patriot, him and other Wagner leaders who are doing their patriotic duty, talking about him, but very in an understated way, and almost saying there's nothing else to see here, please move on. There is an official investigation and an official inquiry and report will come out in due course. We've heard from Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, in a press briefing earlier today to mark Independence Day. It's a public holiday here in Ukraine, saying that as far as he is concerned, Ukraine has had nothing at all to do with this, saying that everybody knows who was involved. The view here from Kyiv is that this has the fingerprints of the Kremlin, of the Russian leadership all over the demise of Yevgeny Prigozhin.
And that story there brings us to the end of your news to 5 o'clock. As we go, here's another look at the headlines. Recount, which saw the UNC winning Arima Northeast, overturned. PNM now declared the winner. TTPS tells persons in abusive relationships seek help before it is too late. And Ukraine's Zelensky says Kyiv not involved in Prigozhin's death. I am Kevin Garcia. Thank you so much for staying with us. Our next Major News Center 5 can be heard this evening at 6 o'clock.
News Center 5, live local coverage you can depend on. I-95.5, the most influential name in radio. In observance of Steel Pan Month in Trinidad and Tobago, the Steel Pan Authority celebrates the power of the Steel Pan series, the pulse of the Steel Pan. It's Signal Hill Secondary Steel Pan Day, featuring Signal Hill Secondary School Steel Orchestra.
Signal Hill Secondary has produced several musical stalwarts such as ace arrangers Devon Stewart and Kirsch Ramsey, star entertainer Sherwin Winchester, Oscar B., drummer Colleen Alexander, the Signal Hill Alumni Choir, and Grammy Award-winning producer Dilroy Andrews. It is our pleasure to partner with the Steel Pan Authority on this groundbreaking Power of the Steel Pan series, from which Signal Hill Secondary Steel Pan Day is born. Happy Steel Pan Month.
The power of the Steel Pan series from the Steel Pan Authority in observance of Steel Pan Month. Brought to you by South Park Plaza, Westby Supermarket, Kia Motors, Penny Saver Supermarket Tobago, RBC Royal Bank, Cathedral Credit Union, Brentwood Shopping Mall, Universal Package Systems Limited, Woodford Cafe Price Plaza, the Water and Sewerage Authority, Padland Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Rescott Solar Energy Company, and Call Fire. Call Fire Covers. August 30th, the night before the holiday. We're ending Steel Pan Month with a bang. Call your crew and join us at BP Renegades Panyard for Represent. The Independence Fete, representing your national colors, and come party with the Queen of Bacchanal, Destra, and the full band, the Water Lord, Iowa George, Temperature, the band, Urban Alps, Pretty, Saki, and 2023 National Panorama Champions, BP Renegades. We've got soca, we've got pan, we've got brass. Tickets available at Renegades Panyard and online at islandetickets.com. Gates open at 8 p.m. Cool us in before 9. Follow BP Renegades on social media for more info. The night before the holiday. Be part of the epic celebration at Represent the Independence Fete. See you there.
Yo, it's more mega, more chances, more money, more fun. With the mega bonus ball, win 40 to 1. Playway is giving you more mega for your money. Win 40 to 1 and win mega payouts daily. Now you can win 40 to 1 in every Playway mega mix draw if the mega bonus ball falls. That means even more chances to win when you play any of the mega mix options. Hey, it's more mega, more cash, more ways to win with the mega bonus ball. Unleash your winner within. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
The NGC Republic Bank National Juvenile Championships is on Saturday, August 26th and Sunday, August 27th. Starting time 10 a.m. daily at the Hesley Crawford Stadium. Calling all fans and family members, come out and support our young athletes as they seek national fame and glory. Come out and support the stars of tomorrow at the NGC Republic Bank National Juvenile Championships, August 26th and August 27th, Hesley Crawford Stadium, 10 a.m. on each day at a back-to-school price of $20 with children under 12 free.
Bagel Jam is back. Get ready to revel in paradise. Thursday, 31st August, Shaw Park Complex, Independence Celebrations meets the launch of Tobago Carnival in Bagel Jam. Bagel Jam. With a star-studded cast: Super Blue, Iowa, Johnny King, Pretty, Sherwayne Winchester, Stephanie Joseph, Tam Tam, Gerard Balfour, and featuring the Viking and Queen of Soca, Bungie Gallon and Fayan Lions. Welcome. Gates open 5:30 p.m. For more information, visit the Welcome Tobago Facebook and Instagram page. Tickets $161 and sold online only at Weetix.com or visit Shaw Park Cultural Complex 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. On Independence Night, the Tobago Carnival begins. Come revel in paradise at Bagel Jam.
I never come here for a stand up. Hey, hey, hey.
August 30th, the night before the holiday. We're ending Steel Pan Month with a bang. Call your crew and join us at BP Renegades Panyard for Represent the Independence Fete, representing your national colors, and come party with the Queen of Bacchanal, Destra, and the full band, the Water Lord, Iowa George, Temperature, the band, Urban Alps, Pretty, Saki, and 2023 National Panorama Champions, BP Renegades. We've got soca, we've got pan, we've got brass. Tickets available at Renegades Panyard and online at islandetickets.com. Gates open at 8 p.m. Cool us in before 9. Follow BP Renegades on social media for more info. The night before the holiday. Be part of the epic celebration at Represent the Independence Fete. See you there. In observance of Steel Pan Month in Trinidad and Tobago, the Steel Pan Authority celebrates the power of the Steel Pan series, the pulse of the Steel Pan. It's Signal Hill Secondary Steel Pan Day, featuring Signal Hill Secondary School Steel Orchestra.
Signal Hill Secondary has produced several musical stalwarts such as ace arrangers Devon Stewart and Kirsch Ramsey, star entertainer Sherwin Winchester, Oscar B., drummer Colleen Alexander, the Signal Hill Alumni Choir, and Grammy Award-winning producer Dilroy Andrews. It is our pleasure to partner with the Steel Pan Authority on this groundbreaking Power of the Steel Pan series, from which Signal Hill Secondary Steel Pan Day is born. Happy Steel Pan Month.
The power of the Steel Pan series from the Steel Pan Authority in observance of Steel Pan Month. Brought to you by Salt Park Plaza, Westby Supermarket, Kia Motors, Penny Saver Supermarket Tobago, RBC Royal Bank, Cathedral Credit Union, Brentwood Shopping Mall, Universal Package Systems Limited, Woodford Cafe Price Plaza, the Water and Sewerage Authority, Hanlan Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Rescott Solar Energy Company, and Call Fire. Call Fire covers.
Do you have problems remembering the most basic thing? Gink Gold is specially formulated and clinically proven to increase blood circulation to the brain and extremities, improving your memory, mental sharpness, and concentration. Have a better future with improved memory. Use Gink Gold by Nature's Way.
Yo, it's more mega, more chances, more money, more fun. With the mega bonus ball, win 40 to 1. Playway is giving you more mega for your money. Win 40 to 1 and win mega payouts daily. Now you can win 40 to 1 in every Playway mega mix draw if the mega bonus ball calls. That means even more chances to win when you play any of the mega mix options. Hey, it's more mega, more cash, more ways to win with the mega bonus ball. Unleash your winner within. Players must be 18 years and over. Please play responsibly.
Calling all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies. Are you registered with the Ministry of Sport and Community Development? The Ministry of Sport and Community Development invites all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies within our communities to register with the ministry as we work towards developing sport in Trinidad and Tobago. To register, visit mscd.gov.tt, our social media platforms, or call 625-6088 extension 6109. Register your sport organization today and let's build our sports sector together. Powered by the Physical Education and Sport Division of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development.
Romance Darlings Independence Branch. It's time for Hats Off to You TNT with Romance Darlings the Orchestra. Join us for our annual Independence Brunch on August 31st, 2023 at the Romance Darling House of Music. Celebrate our nation's 65th Independence Day with mouth-watering cuisine, electrifying live entertainment, and a chance to win fabulous prizes for the best dressed patriot and the most creative act. Tickets are only $300. Check out socials for more info. Tickets, call 687-3263 or 299-5136. Let's make this Independence Day unforgettable.
Calling all single ladies.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies.
Getting married soon?
Now put your hands up.
Well, this is for you. Amber Media Productions and Studio One Photo Center invites you and your fiance to the Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th at Signature Hall, Chaguanas from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's one full day of giveaways, samples, live entertainment, and much, much more. With free wedding cakes, free wedding venue, free photography, and lots of discounts for your wedding. Register online at ambermediatt.com. That's AMBERMEDIATT.com. Or call 359-5448 or 359-5452 for more info. The Wedding Showcase Bridal Show. Sunday, September 24th, Republic Day weekend. Signature Hall, Chaguanas. Don't miss it. Miss it.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
Need parking? Secure your spot today. Parking available at the San Fernando Parkade is coming soon. The San Fernando Parkade is a new state-of-the-art parking facility located at the waterfront. It's a safe, secure facility with easy 24/7 access, on-site friendly personnel, daily and monthly parking available with rates starting as low as $8 per hour. It's convenient parking for you. Visit udcart.com to sign up now. The Steel Pan Authority celebrates the national musical instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, the Steel Pan, with our presentation of The Power of the Steel Pan series. Join us in the month of August during the observance of Steel Pan Month as we deliver Steel Pan Day tributes to your favorite steel bands in Trinidad and Tobago and across the diaspora, telling stories through their music and history. The Power of the Steel Pan series, brought to you by Salt Park Plaza, Westby Supermarket, Kia Motors, Penny Saver Supermarket Tobago, RBC Royal Bank, Cathedral Credit Union, Brentwood Shopping Mall, Universal Package Systems Limited, Woodford Cafe Price Plaza, the Water and Sewerage Authority, Panland Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Rescott Solar Energy Company, and Call Fire. Call Fire covers the power of the Steel Pan series, the pulse of the Steel Pan.
Wake up to more morning smiles and more time to hit the ground running. Alive multivitamins help build a foundation for your health, plus deliver more vitamins and minerals than leading brands. So you can do more of what keeps you feeling alive and thriving.
Bagel Jam is back. Get ready to revel in paradise. Thursday, 31st August, Shaw Park Complex. Independence celebrations meets the launch of Tobago Carnival in Bagel Jam. Bagel Jam. With a star-studded cast: Super Blue, Iowa, Johnny King, Pretty, Sherwin Winchester, Stephanie Joseph, Tam Tam, Gerard Balfour, and featuring the Viking and Queen of Soca, Bungie Gallon and Fayan Lyons. Welcome. Gates open 5:30 p.m. For more information, visit the Welcome to Tobago Facebook and Instagram page. Tickets $161 and sold online only at Weetix.com or visit Shaw Park Cultural Complex 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. On Independence Night, the Tobago Carnival begins. Come revel in paradise at Bagel Jam.
I never come here for no stand up. Calling all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies. Are you registered with the Ministry of Sport and Community Development? The Ministry of Sport and Community Development invites all sport clubs, sport groups, and sport serving bodies within our communities to register with the ministry as we work towards developing sport in Trinidad and Tobago. To register, visit mscd.gov.tt, our social media platforms, or call 625-6088, extension 6109. Register your sport organization today and let's build our sports sector together. Powered by the Physical Education and Sport Division of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development. August 30th, the night before the holiday. We're ending Steel Pan Month with a bang. Call your crew and join us at BP Renegades Panyard for Represent. The Independence Fete, representing your national colors, and come party with the Queen of Bacchanal, Destra, and the full band, the Water Lord, Iowa George, Temperature, the band, Urban Alps, Pretty, Saki, and 2023 National Panorama Champions. BP Renegades. We've got soca, we've got pan, we've got brass. Tickets available at Renegades Panyard and online at islandetickets.com. Gates open at 8 p.m. Coolers in before 9. Follow BP Renegades on social media for more info. The night before the holiday. Be part of the epic celebration at Represent, the Independence Fete. See you there.
Getting you through your afternoon. You're inside the 95 Afternoon Drive on I-95.5 FM.
Sweet memories just keep flooding through my mind, taking me back to a happy, happy time when the things we did and the life we lived seemed so true that I just decided to share them with you. Gasparillo, San Fernando, on the train we used to go, people moving to and fro. Do you remember Princess Building, where Kitchener used to sing when he had Maestro with him? Sukuya and Laja Bless, Jab Jab Benz and all the rest. I'm surrounded by all of these Sweet island memories of TNT. Sweet island memories. Tall salmon trees, keeping watch in the garden. Beautiful colors painted in heaven. Images of our life we knew keep coming so strong for so long. I just couldn't resist putting them in song. Bacon, cocoa, curry, mango, these two things I can't forget. It is nothing better yet. My paws raising, remembering Invaders Juve morning, the entire tongue chipping. We had spirit lash on drinking in Calabash. I could never escape from these sweet island memories of TNT. Sweet island memories. Spinning top, pitching marbles in the backyard. Children playing in the rain. Whilst the days now and then, I remember way back when you could always count on a friend. Ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Those were days of old, trolley bus and breezy pole. Thoughts of them beckon me to these sweet island memories of TNT. Sweet island memories. You and Rhonda playing cards with the neighbor. Miss Elsie selling Tulum Dongs and Tamarin. Harold Saldana and George Bailey. Even today, the mass they played is etched in my memory, forever to stay. And then Coward, Auntie Mildred, when they gone window shopping, then you know Christmas coming.
29 minutes after the hour of 5 o'clock, and you know when you hear the Ray Holloman, it's time for Once Upon a Time, and today we're going to continue with Pan, but you can call and and request any steel band playing anything that you enjoy. And if it's panorama selections, you know, we won't be able to take too many of those, but call and request your favorite steel band doing your favorite thing. Right? So 622-3937.
I know change will come and we must move on, but are still holding on to these sweet island memories of TNT. Sweet island memories of TNT. Sweet island memories.
All right, and to the phones we go. Good afternoon. Welcome. Remember, it's Thursday. You must enter with the phrase. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon, John.
Mhm.
Once upon a time.
Nice.
Pan by Storm, Funcliffe.
Pan by Storm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine.
Okay, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Once upon a time.
Mm-hmm. You have it right.
Yes, sir. Classic jammers.
Cats and jammers.
Tobago.
Uh-huh.
For Nikita. Follicule. 1967.
1967. Way boy. I wonder if I could find that.
You can't find that.
I don't know. I'll try. I'll try my best.
But if you can't find that, it could be Phase 2, Woman is Boss.
All right. Woman is Boss.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Once upon a time.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, John.
How are you doing?
If it's possible, Forsyth Highlanders, let every valley be exalted.
Highlanders.
1967.
Let every valley be exalted. All right. Let's see how that goes. Good afternoon. Welcome to you. Hello. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. John.
Hi.
I'm calling from San Fernando.
Right, and you need to tell me something before you continue.
If I need to.
You need to say a phrase.
A phrase like.
You don't normally listen.
I was just listening and I said, well, let me see if I could catch all you.
All right, so what would you like to hear?
I would like to hear something by Golden Hands of San Fernando, Independence Avenue.
Golden
Dingole.
All right, I'll see if I can find something for you.
Yeah, I'm
all
a
right.
senior citizen. Eh?
All right.
Right.
Thank
you.
Good afternoon to you. Hello.
Afternoon, John.
Hi.
Once upon a time.
Nice.
Skiffle Bunch, Hallelujah Chorus.
Skiffle. All right, Hallelujah Chorus. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's take the last one before we get into the music, because then the music has to play. Good afternoon. Welcome to you.
Good afternoon, brother. Once upon a time. Could I get Fun Clear, Steel and Brass? That's the other one, People's Choice.
Steel and Brass. All right, we're going to kick things off with Fun Clear, though. And that was the first request. It was...
Thank you.
Pan by Storm. And that's the sound of Fontclair, Pan by Storm, our first request. And we continue, but because of the length, we can't play the entire selection, but we go on to the next one.
This is the 95 Afternoon Drive, 3 to 6 p.m. on the most influential name in radio, I-95.5 FM.
This is the sound of Cats and Jammers out of Tobago, and this is Love is a Many Splendid Thing from the year 1957.
through your afternoon. You're inside the 95
That was Cats
Afternoon
and
Drive
Jammers.
on I-95.5 FM.
Cats and Jammers with Hallelujah Chorus. And here comes the sound of Highlanders. And let every valley be exalted. Right, and that was the sound of Highlanders, and let every voice be exalted. We move on to the sound of Golden Hand Steel Orchestra. All right, so that's the song of Golden Hand with Lauren Hills, Lauren Woods, rather, Fallen. And from that, we just have time for two more. And this would be the first of the two. The year is 1988. Face to Pan Groove, Woman is Boss. As we get ready to close off the afternoon, and this is the Son of Face Supan Groove, year 1988. I'm on his boss. But from that, we go to the year 1983. As we get ready to close things off, I want to say thanks to all those who called, all those who participated. I hope you heard your particular selection. And we close off with this. The year 1983. The sound of Desperados, and of course, Rebecca. So I want to say thanks to all those who called, all those who participated. Have a wonderful afternoon. See you all on Saturday.
fragrant island with its forest hill sublime, well might be the smiling Eden, pictured in the book divine.
IT&T, happy anniversary. Congrats on your golden jubilee. IT&T, happy anniversary. The primary school reader did say it plain. Once you eat at the cascadoo, in Trini you must remain. Cause no matter you taste it, baby, right here you return to die. Since 62, summer head to greener pastures. In the big apple, they want a bite. So for 50 years, we could have gone faster. To build a nation, we have to fight and fight. I love my country. I shall put it away before party, just like Javi Boris. Oh no, and I love Trinbago, not Trini to the bone, but the mango. So when them stormy dark clouds want to threaten white, black, and red, tell them red. Until we get real serious, remove the drugs and all them cokeheads. You see me? I want to see Trinbago moving ahead. I agree, we are still a paradise. Built byways to highways, but progress came with a price. Although we excel in culture and sports, along the east-west corridor, our youths they pack up courts. Tell me, what is this great fatal attraction? This love affair that they have with crime. No one by one they fall a daily extraction. We got to save our youths while they're in their prime. Teach them to sing.
This is Dear Lord. Thank you for today. Thank you for your continued grace and blessings. Lord, today I ask for clarity that only you can bring. When everything feels noisy, confusing, and overwhelming, your peace is what I seek. Lord, be my center in the midst of the storm. When my mind is consumed with worry and doubt, lead me to your still waters. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the entrance to Cascade, right in front of the Bricks Hotel. I have started the work, we started the work here. I love my street. And we painted the ends. And I believe Bricks Hotel, after hearing our clarion call, has now and have painted the full rest of the bridge to ensure that the entrance to Cascade in front of the Prime Minister's residence looks beautiful. We shall beautify Cascade. We shall beautify Woodbrook. We shall beautify San Juan. We shall beautify. I love my street. I want all communities to join in. If the Bricks Hotel can be part of it and join in, I want all communities to join in. Look how beautiful this is. This part, of course, is done by the people of St. Anne's. Here we are, right here in front of the Prime Minister's residence. In front of the Prime Minister's residence, the entrance to Cascade. This is it. Trinidad and Tobago. The bridge to enter Cascade looks beautiful. Cascade is getting back to its original beauty. Cascade.
A warm welcome waits you at Alicia's Palace, a hotel nested in the quiet hills of Lady Chancellor at 1 3/4 mile mark just above the Emperor Valley Zoo. Alicia's Palace is a perfect place to combine pleasure and business. A 24-hour facility with full amenities, including air-conditioned rooms with Wi-Fi, mini fridge, microwave, and a cable TV, designed to provide you with quiet comfort and convenience. The perfect staycation location where you can swim in the outdoor pool, soak in the jacuzzi, or simply soak up the sun, all at an affordable price. Relax and enjoy local dishes in an eco-friendly environment. At Alicia's Palace, they conduct steam cleaning of all rooms and common areas in keeping with current health and safety protocols. Whether it's a special occasion or simply just to get away, Alicia's Palace combines affordability and quality service. For more details, check out their Facebook page, Alicia's Palace HQ, or give them a call at 621-1017 or 624-8553.
Looking for that magical escape? Well, come to Caribbean Tourist Villa, located at number 7 Methuen Street, Woodbrook, Port of Spain. All our rooms are equipped with AC, cable TVs, internet, and access to our lovely pool. Whether you're looking for a personal getaway or family accommodations, Caribbean Tourist Villa is exactly the place to be. Enjoy the ambience of staycation with well-trained staff, luxurious rooms. So call us now at 623-9164. Caribbean Tourist Villa, where your magical moments begin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. I am Junior Barak. I'm in today for Mr. Harvey Boris. And today, I want to just reconfirm and affirm the mantra, I love my country. We are on the eve of our independence, of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are also coming up within another month, the Republic Day celebration for Trinidad and Tobago, because Trinidad and Tobago is a republic. We are not just independent, but we have put on another layer on that, and we are also a republic. Our country is reeling from a number of damaging activities that are interfering with its citizens. We have poverty. We have a lack of jobs and economic activity. We have a sense of hopelessness with respect to the future of our young people and how they feel. And we are battling these things. And on the eve of our independence anniversary, we would like to understand what can we do as a country to overcome the challenges that we face as an independent and a republic nation. So today, I will be opening up the lines quite early, but I just want to lay down some of the prerequisites to determine and how we can overcome it. I will be looking for solutions when the calling period comes so people could be prepared. We live under a system of the United Nations, system of international rules. But when we talk about the United Nations and its system of rules, we are hearing about the rules-based international order. What is the difference between the both of them? The rules-based international order and the United Nations system. Well, I will tell you something. One is the operating system, that is the rules-based international order. It is operating in the background. And the other one, the United Nations system, is like an app. In the international order, the rules-based international order, certain countries have preeminence over others. The way in which those countries function and how they use their resources and the access of their resources to the vast majority of their peoples. In the rules-based international order, the resources of the majority of states are claimed by the major colonial powers. As you would see in Niger and Iran, Venezuela, Libya, and many other countries in the world, their resources are sanctioned. It is not allowed so that they can take care of their people with their own resources. Those resources are reserved for the former, which in fact is the current colonial powers of the world. Those resources are not to be consumed by the population of those countries, but must remain at the call, the beck and call of certain other countries. You know that the United Nations system is an app because when the United Nations agree that people must not invade Iraq, they invaded it. And they did not care anything about the United Nations call. The United Nations made agreements. And they agreed. And when they were finished, they broke the agreements and they went ahead with their business. In Trinidad and Tobago, on the eve of our probably 61st anniversary of independence, we find ourselves in a similar situation. The resources of Trinidad and Tobago ought not to be used for the benefit of the majority of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly the African community. This is the state of affairs. As you will realize, the people who benefited under colonialism continue to eat the lion's share of our resources in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the reason why the African community in Trinidad and Tobago remains in a precarious place. That is the reason why there can be no real activity, economic and social, to alleviate the problems in those communities. It is designed that the resources of Trinidad and Tobago, as one former central bank governor said, over 80% of those resources, our foreign exchange, is consumed by about 5 entities. Just think about it. We are not even allowed to have a vibrant agricultural program which would employ significant members of our community by way of primary agriculture, and even more by way of downstream manufacturing. We do not even have a safety net for food security. If the United States of America and Russia go to war today, most of us will starve. That is not a new position. It was so even in the late 19th century, in the 1800s, because a certain group within the society, the people who believe they are the real owners of the society, because of the doctrine of discovery, which is the law of Trinidad and Tobago. It is the law of the United States of America. It's the law of England. It is the law of Canada, Australia, New Zealand. It's a racist law and religious bigotry that allow a certain group of individuals to monopolize the resources in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, with the help of whom we believe are our leaders who continue to facilitate this matter. I want to also alert you, and these things that I'm speaking about, I may be on Sunday, and if I am, I will start bringing materials so that I can share it with you on this program. It is not by accident that the African community is in the problem that they are. But what is ironic is that many East Indian military
such a rarity to born in TNT. You could see that as lucky or unlucky, but once you're living here, this is your family. Niceness of the land is in the sea and sand, is the champion in every citizen. So don't let nothing hold our people down. Cause when we cry, whoa, it is before a short time, and when we smile, whoa, it is stretched from mile to mile just to survive. Oh, it takes spirit deep inside, we always shine, yeah. And I could say exactly why, cause we create the rhythm in this calypso, and we who make the carnival that the world knows. So if you feel it, you should let it show. Cause we are mighty. It's we who make the band in the last century. Our people from Japan come in here just to see. So if you doubt in your ability, so this we country, cause we are holy. Even though we are 1.4 million, we does make quality men and women with intentions to forge we nation on. It's the struggles we face here every day that make leaders rise out we community, and sometimes creating great history. See what they strive for was a stronger TNT, risking their lives for the common folk like you and me. We know they are pure for them to fight so viciously. So take some time to respect legends.
And stop.
Morning, Senator Richards. How are you doing?
How are you? Are you able to turn on your camera?
Let me see if I could do that. We good?
Right, there we go. Right.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us this morning. First time on the show.
Yes, indeed. Morning, Steve. Morning, Richard. Good to be with you all this morning.
All right. Well, your colleagues had a press conference yesterday, Ministers Kojo and Webster Roy. What's the scenario in Tobago from your feedback in terms of flights on the air bridge returning? Now, we spoke to Dion Legault earlier on, who told us that it has been normalized. Is that your experience? or feedback?
Well, yes. As of yesterday, things seem to have settled down because I had some friends who actually came in from North America this morning, very early this morning, and they were there was actually space on the, I think it was the first flight this morning out of Piaco, which means that things have started to normalize. They got on board and they are presently in Tobago as we speak.
We got a question earlier in the week about, and I know, to my knowledge, there's nothing prohibiting other airline companies from flying the route. The THA, through its tourism division, was in the past subsidizing Virgin, but they put it at risk and stopped that because it was not commercially viable. CAL is subsidized on the route. And our question earlier in the week was, should other airlines be invited or overtures made to have other airlines on that route to bolster CAL's service? What do you think about that?
Are we're talking about the domestic route, right?
The domestic route, yeah.
I have no issue with other airlines if the business model works for them, coming onto the air bridge and making it more convenient for the traveling public. But we have to remember that airlines are operating a business, and unlike CAL, that the government sees the inter-island air bridge as an essential service. If an airline is running it as totally a business, two things would happen. We would recognize that a scheduled service may not be available, and two, the cost of traveling between the two islands will be increased because that airline sole business is to make money. And so while I don't have a challenge with another airline, with the idea of another airline coming on the inter-island air bridge, if it makes business sense for them, then all well.
Do you think CAL is adequately serving the needs of the air bridge presently? This weekend aside.
This weekend aside,
yeah.
I would say off the bat, no. But you will never get 100% satisfaction in terms of the service that the consumer may want. Our desire is to see additional flights, especially around peak time. So I would say off the bat, no, they're not adequately servicing the air bridge as we would like, but we also have to understand that there are significant constraints where that is concerned.
So let's move off CAL now. What about the sea bridge?
No, well, I would say the sea bridge is an efficient service. The sea bridge has been dealt with effectively by the government. If we remember, the Prime Minister championed the cause of having 2 brand new fast ferries. We actually have a surplus of seats on the sea bridge, and then if we get to the point, hopefully very soon, that the TNT Spirit is brought back into service, then you have 4 ferries, 3 fast ferries, and regular speed passenger ferry in the Galleons Passage on the inter-island ferry service. So when we talk about the inter-island ferry service from where it was, let's say 10 years ago, to where it is now, it's an efficient service. The ferries run on time. The service is impeccable as well from the staff on the inter-island ferry system. So when it comes to the inter-island ferry, I think the Port Authority is doing an extremely good job on the inter-island ferry service.
So let's also talk about now politics in Tobago. The Tobago People's Party, I think that's the name of it, Mr. Augustine and his team are entrenched, I would say, soundly so, in the assembly. There have been some issues in the last couple of years. The 2 seats in Tobago are considered by many king or queen maker on the national scale.
Mm-hmm.
given the present configuration of the 41 constituencies in the country. The PNM had lost considerable ground in the last THA election, 14-1. What do you think the issues were there? You live in Tobago. Why do you think that scenario evolved? And do you think the PNM has gotten the message or the lesson?
Well, you see, speaking to persons, the residents will tell you that the PNM lost touch with the people. And I want to be very honest this morning with ourselves. And we have to be honest with ourselves if we're looking to rebuild. The people are saying that we lost touch with them. We felt that we had arrived, and so the Tobagonian citizen treats you in this regard. They allow you to run. They allow you to, as the old saying goes, we give long rope for maga goat. So we allow you to run, and then when the decision falls to us to make the changes, we can do so very dramatically. Because we can remember that the PNM actually won the THA 12-0 at one point in time, because that's just the style of politics that we experience in Tobago. And so what transpired there was a situation where there are some people who just felt that it was time for a change. We had 21 years of service to the people, and I would add service delivered to the people. Some people felt that you all had enough. It was a time for a change, and some people just felt.
But they don't just say it's a time for change just so though. People don't just change just like that in the political sphere. People are getting what they want. They don't just change. They get, 21 years passed, let's just change for change's sake. If they're getting what is promised or what they need, they don't change. Clearly, as you said, one, the PNM in your words became disconnected, and two, clearly there was a sense that someone else may be able to deliver a better service to the people of Tobago.
Correct. Yes, and that's why I said there's a feeling that we lost touch with the people, and if you lose touch with the people are going to go in a different direction. A senior politician always tells me politics is like a relationship between a man and a woman. If you don't treat the woman or you don't treat the man as you should, they are going to look elsewhere, and that is exactly what happened in Tobago. And so the people felt that they were not.
So Tobago has a new spouse then. Do you think you'll be able to get back that relationship? Tobago has chosen a different spouse at this time. And sometimes my mother's from Tobago and you're from Tobago. And they say, you're accustomed to starch, man. When you get here to Julie, you might go back to starch, you know.
No, but you see, there's a flip side to that, Paul. It says, there's been good house and bad houses come and call you. So yes, Tobago has in the analogy that we're using, Tobago has a new spouse. But the question you have to ask the average Tobagonian now, after 24 months of being in this relationship, are you happier with this new spouse? Has this new spouse lived up to the billing that they because you know how the outside man may be sweeter in talk, but when you go, and let me use another colloquial term, come see me and come live with me, two different things. Yeah. So that's the question we have to ask the Tobagonian now. Are you happier with this new spouse that you have? And I could tell you there is significant grumbling taking place on the island with what is taking place in terms of governance.
But has the PNM taken enough stock and reassessed its position in terms of being able to be that spouse that Tobago wants, given the evolution in the last 24 months or so? Because it's not just about going back to what you may have become accustomed to. I guess Tobagonians will have to have a sense that, well, the PNM, a reformed PNM, so to speak, is now, given what's happening in the last 24 months, able to offer more than even what Mr. Fadi and Mr. Augustine and his team are promising. They've also done some evolution themselves from the PDP. Yes. So it's not what happened 24 months ago. So we have to also take that into consideration. Is Tobagonians have a choice to make now, and what is presented on either side, or many says, because you have Dr. Soyafat, Angus, and other entities in the fray too, Tobago is now in an interesting position. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, and you're correct. But let me also remind the persons that we have had 3 different administrations within the last 24 months in Tobago, because the people voted for the PDP. A year after the people voted for the PDP and the PDP won an overwhelming mandate, you then had a situation where you had independents running the Tobago House of Assembly, and they're no longer attached to the PDP, and they're now independents, an independent collective. And Senator Richards, you of all people will know that doesn't really swing an independent collective.
But that didn't stay that way forever, because now they're not an independent collective. They are a registered political party, recently officially launched. And if there was a legal challenge to them sitting in the assembly in that position, it would have been raised, I'm sure. So they didn't break the law.
Right, and I'm not saying that they broke the law. All we're saying is that Tobago faced an unprecedented situation where you have 3 administrations governing the island with only 1 election, because you had one that was elected, you had independents, and now you have a new party. So based on the THA Act, they may not have broken the law, but how does that sit with the population? And that's the question. From an ethical standpoint, how does that sit with the population? And so yes, Tobago is in a unique position. And when it comes to the PNM, we have a lot of work to do, and the work has been taking place. It may not be widely bandied about what we're doing, but we have been, every month we've been in the communities, walking the communities, meeting with the people, hearing their concerns, and hearing how they feel about us, and hearing in terms of what is taking place in Tobago. So the work is being done, and in some regard, we may not be doing it as fast as we should, but the work is being done to reconnect with the people, find out what their concerns are, and just be a presence in the communities throughout Tobago.
I'm pausing for Richard to ask a question.
No, I'm listening to the conversation. I think I have no question.
Do you think the assembly results and the assembly evolution in the last 24 months and people's perspective of that in Tobago has implications for the 2 seats? Because the 15 districts in the assembly is one thing, but the crown and the jewel, so to speak, nationally are Tobago East and Tobago West.
Well, historically, Senator Richards, it has been proven to some regard that how Tobagonians vote for the Tobago House of Assembly is not necessarily how they vote at the national level. And so I guess it has to be drilled down from the position of surveys and so on to have a more detailed look at that. But the reality is we have to do our work, and when the elections are called, when the general elections are called, we treat with it, because it may sound cliche, but it is the reality of it that the PNM has never shied away from any election, and the PNM has contested every election since this country has become independent. And so when the general elections come, we are going to contest the Tobago East and the Tobago West seats, and we are going to do our very best to retain those seats, and let the people. The reality is that that's what the democracy is about. We do the work, and we allow the people to have their say.
How much of a factor is the gap, the chasm between central government presently vis-a-vis the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Augustine?
To me, it's significant. To me, it's worrying that we have a situation where our chief, and I want to say it from this standpoint. The Chief Secretary and the TPP has said that we are at war. the Secretary for Infrastructure even called the TTPS a foreign military force. And those things are very concerning to me, not only to me, but I'm sure to the wider population. And we have to ask our questions: who are we? Who is this administration at war with? Because what we found very interesting is that on one week you are calling for war, you're saying we are at war, and then on the other week you're asking this foreign force, this invading force, the force that you're at war with, to put on more flights on the air bridge. And so if you're at war with somebody, you don't want a closer relationship with them. You want to stay away from them. And so this chasm, this gap, this canyon that has been created, and I'm not going to apologize for this. It has been created by the Chief Secretary and the Executive Council of the Tobago House of Assembly, because the Prime Minister made it his duty at the end of, after the results were known, he came to Tobago with his cabinet and senior members and instructed his cabinet ministers to have closer relationships with their counterparts in Tobago. And so the overtures by the Prime Minister have always been for Tobago to succeed. Because the reality is, gentlemen, if Tobago succeeds, the nation succeeds. We can't have the sister failing and expect that the country would succeed. So,
but has Tobago been, the parties that said, has Tobago been succeeding in the last 20 years?
But you could judge it, and the average visitor to the island over the last 20 years under the previous administration would have recognized significant infrastructure development, and not only infrastructure development, but one of the key things, especially under Mr. London, that his administration sought to do was to increase the capital, the people capital. So we moved a situation from like about 5-10% of tertiary education to almost 70%. And this is what Tobago has experienced.
That is true, and while that may be true, they don't stay in Tobago because they don't think they have the opportunities. So what does that say?
But that may not necessarily be so completely, because the average person who operates within the island in terms of its governance and its administration at senior positions are Tobagonians. There may be you obviously would have a smaller percentage of persons who may not return or may leave. But when you go to the hospital, the doctors that you treat with are no longer your foreign doctors. The doctors that you deal with are the doctors who came through Signal Hill Senior Comprehensive and Harmons and Bishops, people you know from your community and from your church. These are the persons who are now tending to their fellow citizens as doctors. The vets are your Tobagonians. The businessmen are your Tobagonians. And so, yes, you may have your smaller percentage of persons who may not return, but the wider citizenry who would have gone to study tertiary education have returned to Tobago and have contributed. But what we're seeing now is a direct attack, because we've had evidence and instances of secretaries signing off on the termination of contracts for employees of the Tobago House of Assembly, which is something that has never happened, which is not supposed to happen. The politician has no say. If at the end of your contract, your assessment says that you're doing a good job, the HR says to re-engage, the administrator says to re-engage the person, then the politician has no right to say, engage for 1 month, engage for 1 year, and then engage no longer. And when you did that, you technically engaged the individual for 1 more month because the person was still working for that year in their contract. And so when we talk about what has been done in Tobago over the last administration and the 20 years, where Tobago was prior 2001 to where it is now, I don't think persons can honestly say that Tobago has not developed.
Well, in closing, I would have said I've interviewed so many stakeholders in Tobago over the last 15 or so years. And while there may have been progress, there has been still lamentation, no matter who is holding the reins of the assembly, as to the development of a formidable competitive tourism product on one hand, agriculture or any sort of diversified economic development in Tobago. And that has remained a challenge in terms of Tobago not being second tier, if I can use that term, to Trinidad in terms of the rate of development. And they call it the rate of development. I don't know what your perspective would be on that.
Yes, I want to agree that in some of our sectors there's required additional work or increased work. And in terms of the tourism sector, I always say to people, and I'm no tourism expert, but when you listen to what the experts say, the tourism product that sells is when the front of the plane is full. And the persons who fill the front of the planes are the persons who would stay in your higher end hotel. And one of the challenges Tobago has always had over the years is higher end room stock. There is always room for the village tourism and for the lower end tourism. But what really drives your tourism economy is that front of the plane and your direct airlift. And so when you don't have quality room stock, you run the challenge of not being able to attract that demographic that will say, hey, we'll spend 10 days in a 5-star hotel in Tobago, but you don't have that. So then when you share your airlift with other islands who have that, what you find is that 80%, 70% of the aircraft comes off in Antigua or St. Lucia because these places have your high-end room stock. And so what you need is a overall package that treats with the high end, that treats with the mid and your low. If your high end isn't there, then you would hardly ever attract direct airlift. You look at Barbados and St. Lucia and Grenada, did attract direct airlift because they have the quality room stock that's required for that. And when your tourism product is up to that standard, it filters into your other industries. So your agriculture is going to come up to scratch because, hey, you have to be feeding people. The hotels are now requiring a particular amount of produce. And so your agricultural sector has to come up to scratch in order to treat with that, or you would be left behind. And so, yes, there are other areas that, and that's the thing about governance. Governance is a continuum. So what you build out within a period, then you move on to another sector and strengthen that sector, build out that sector until you have a total package on your island.
Parallel enterprise. Senator, it's not we all the time. Thank you for being with us this morning. Don't be a stranger. We're going to be continuing to monitor Tobago because, as I said, those 2 seats in Tobago mean everything to everyone contesting nationally.
No problem, my brother. Whenever you need me, you can definitely reach out.
Looking forward. Thank you so much for your time and your contribution.
All right. Have a good day.
Of Angus Eve's reinstatement as head coach of the senior men's national team is already making the rounds since it was announced last evening by the Normalization Committee of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association. Tonight, the man in the hot seat.
Well, of course, I feel very honored. I always, anytime you get called to serve your own country, you must be honored and make some level of positive impact, with especially what's going on in our country today. So it's a great honor for me to be given the opportunity to serve in this position again.
The country's most capped senior player has not been spared from the criticism that football's hottest seat has attracted for time immemorial. Eve was first named head coach of the TTFA's biggest football property on September 2021 and was clear on the prevailing conditions before he signed on. He self-assessed his tenure thus far.
But what we've been successful in doing in the rebuild is to stabilize the team. If you realize that we haven't gone lower than where we got the team, and we actually move up 2 spots. And when we took over, since 2015, we hadn't played at a Gold Cup, and now we represented Gold Cup back to back. And we also qualified for the A, which puts us in a better World Cup qualifying round. So For me, when you look at success, it's measurable. But I think that the word I would use is that we've been successful in stabilizing the team.
Asked about what his team selection would look like for the next 6 months, Eve said wherever footballers with a passport played was irrelevant, but there were factors that must be considered.
Because the locally based players just have one season under their belts. We have games on the 7th, and they haven't played a competitive match for a couple of months now, except for AC Port of Spain, Defence Force, and Club Sando. So it's very difficult to take a man who is not been playing, to just take him and carry him to play an international match. I don't know if people really understand that.
The head coach said he's closely monitoring all TNT's active footballers, including those in action this week at the Hasely Crawford Stadium and the Dominican Republic in the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup on Thursday. Jovan Ravello, TTT Sport.
Northeast Electoral District. A recount of the Arima Northeast Electoral District has resulted in an overturn of the outcome. On Thursday afternoon, the Elections and Boundaries Commission issued a statement saying that Kim Magdalene Garcia, the People's National Movement's candidate, received 2 additional votes, giving her 1 vote more than the UNC candidate, Jairzinho Domingo Gustav Rigsby. According to the EBC, the votes now stand at PNM 625, PEP 81, and UNC 624. This check of the recount, which was conducted during the period August 16th to 17th, was at the request of the PNM. It came after the EBC declared UNC the winner of that district following the initial recount conducted.
On Wednesday, both members of Parliament for Tobago West and East hosted a press conference. Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Ayanna Webster-Roy, in her brief remarks, shared ministers too, including herself, were affected by the weekend's incident.
I mean, I was caught up in it as well on Monday. Got ready, came to the office here, did my work, and head to the airport to go to a meeting in Trinidad. And then being on the airport, realizing a lot of confusion, a lot of bacchanal, and thinking, okay, I might be able to get out because I'm a minister. And then being told that the next flight would not leave until later in the evening.
Minister Shamfa Kujoo admitted the dilemma has damaged the reputation of the destination and the credibility of CAL, but stated Caribbean Airlines goes above and beyond, and operations have returned to some normalcy.
In order to free up the jets and put the jets on the domestic route in order to alleviate the situation. So today, CAL can report that we are back to operating normally, and persons who, the 1,400 passengers have gone back home. And what we have discussed with CAL is to provide a refund to our domestic persons who had purchased tickets. We refund them their airfare and provide a credit for them to travel in the future. And for those who are who had traveled internationally, whilst they do not get a refund of the airfare because we have taken them back home, they're going to get a credit towards using to come back to Trinidad and Tobago in the future.
She said the Chief Executive Officer of CAL has noted negotiations are continuing with the Pilots Association. Minister Kujoo added that efforts are being made to increase the number of flights on the domestic routes.
After COVID, the last flight to Tobago is at 8:40. So that conversation has been taking place, and the Minister of Finance has committed to providing a response after his review within 1 month. So we look forward to those type of developments, and we have to, as the CEO of Caribbean Airlines said to me today, no matter how many additional flights we add, it will never be enough.
Both MPs stressed the domestic airfare is subsidized. Carissa Douglas, TTT News.
See me, so long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away.
they want feel me. Promoters say they need me. To mash up the place, to rip up the place. Soca music does heal me, and the power reveal me. Some woman claim that they dream me. I swear, I swear, I swear. You can see me when you see me, I will take it away. Yeah. So long you not see me, when you see me, I will take it away. I miss all the commotion and all the promotion and crossing the ocean and all the celebration and all my peers together at one location. I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear. You don't see me, when you see me, I will take it away. So long, you not see me. So long, you not see me, when you see me.
You here live from the Port Mall in Scarborough, Tobago. As we continue to give God thanks for life, I am Julian Ski.
And I am Adana Combi. Indeed, a great day to give God thanks and praise for being in the land of the living. Julian, what's up? How have you been? What's going on?
It's a good kind of morning, good start, good start to the day, and we continue to look forward to that productive period. It's also Thursday, so there are levels of excitement quite naturally. On Tuesday. So not much happening on my end, but we continue to observe the developments happening here within Trinidad and Tobago, and more specifically in Tobago. Quite interesting at that. We saw yesterday the two members of parliament would have kept a press conference speaking to the issue once again of Caribbean Airlines. So very interesting developments as we continue to go along. Hopefully we'll get a chance to be able to discuss that in some more details.
That's right.
All right.
So we head on over, guys, to the news in 90 seconds.
The news in 90 seconds is brought to you by Flow, working for you on Tobago's newest fiber network.
Thank you, Julian and Adana. Here is your news in 90 seconds for Thursday, 24th August 2023. Speaking at a press conference last evening at the Central Administrative Building in Shaw Park, Minister for Sports and Community Development and MP for Tobago West, Shamfa Kaju, highlighted at the press conference that despite the call for a dedicated airline for Tobago, previous attempts of such were unsuccessful. She emphasized that although the domestic route for inter-island travel might not be profitable, it remains a crucial service. Though the government intervened to halt the pilot's industrial action, which was executed covertly, ensuring their return to work, discussions are ongoing with Caribbean Airlines to provide refunds and credit to the international travelers, encouraging their return to Trinidad and Tobago. The Division of Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation would be hosting a public consultation today at the ground floor of the Shore Park Cultural Complex at 5 p.m. This consultation is a collaborated effort geared to the planning and preparation of the upcoming Tobago October Carnival. The aim is to provide insights and inputs into crucial matters such as traffic management, security arrangements, and safety protocols. And finally, the West Indian Tobacco Company Limited, WITCO, and the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Trade Union, SWTU, have geared, the West Indian Tobacco Company Limited, WITCO, and the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Trade Union, SWWTU, have agreed on a 6% wage increase for both hourly rated workers and monthly rated staff. The signing of the collective bargaining agreement took place on July 28 at WITCO's head office in Champlain. The company said in a news release that the negotiations occurred over 2 months with meaningful and respectful engagement and covered the period 2023 to 2025. And that concludes your news in 90 seconds.
Tobago, after freeness is more speed and better TV. Get a free Samsung smartphone and free installation, plus 200 megabits per second, Paramount Plus, and more for only $299 with a select 200 plan from Flow. Visit online at discoverflow.co today.
Welcome back to the Tobago Update Morning Show. And I just want to head on into our birthday segment, sponsored by KFC.
This is your birthday shoutouts on Tobago Updates, sponsored by KFC.
And celebrating a birthday today is Stacia Lindsay. Happy birthday, Stacia. We hope that you have a beautiful birthday today, just as beautiful as you are. Happy birthday to you from all of us here at the Tobago Updates Television.
And on screen, we have Osaze George. And this is a happy 18th birthday going out to Osaze George, the baby of my 3 babies. And in case you missed it, folks, yes, this is the daughter of Rhea and Oswald George. Love from your daddy, Oswald, from mommy, Rhea, your siblings, granddad, and the entire family and your friends. And I also want to send a birthday shout out going out to you, Osaze. We trust that you continue to enjoy the birthday celebrations. Make sure mommy and daddy go all out with this celebration for you. It's 18.
That's right. And also celebrating a birthday today is Assemblyman Kelvon Morris. Today is your birthday, and we wish you a happy birthday. And we pronounce God's blessings upon your life, and we pray that you have a beautiful, wonderful celebration today as you celebrate your birthday.
Birthday greetings going out there. Minority Leader, very official there in terms of the House of Assembly, a photo. Wishing you all the best on your birthday today.
Birthday shoutouts on Tobago Updates, sponsored by KFC.
From the after the Georgia State Senate failed to pass the Crown Act for the second time, a Georgia baseball coach is accused of hair discrimination. A leaked recording from what appears to be a Black Valdosta State University baseball player allegedly exposes the head coach saying the player cannot play because of his locks. Listen.
You had an attitude. I never gave you any attitude about my hair. Every time you said something, yes, sir, and I tried to comply with it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. If you'd have complied with what I said, you'd got your hair cut, and I wouldn't have had to keep talking to you about it.
The rule was have your hair under a certain length.
Which you never did.
That is not
I never had. So my hair was always out regular.
Yes.
Even when I had it up, and it wasn't hanging down.
Look, I will say this. Okay, in all fairness to you, okay, I will say this. Here's where I fail. Okay, here's where I failed. What I should have done in the very beginning, and I didn't do it. And this is my fault. And I could see how it gave you the wrong impression. So I'm not going to totally blame you because it takes two with everything. Okay. What I should have said in the beginning was, this is what you got to do with your hair. And then once you do that, then I'll let you come out there. Okay. And I didn't do that. Again, this was my fault. Okay.
I mean, it also kind of discrepancies when there's other guys on the team.
We're not talking about other guys. I told you before on the phone, we're not going down that route. Why would I go down that route again?
I'm just saying, like, this is stuff that people is telling me.
I don't care what anyone else says. This is between you and me. I'm the head coach. Okay? It doesn't matter what any other player says. It doesn't matter. So again, why would I want you back on the team when we're right back having the same conversation again?
I don't know why we're having this conversation. My hair is cut. I don't know why we're having this conversation.
It's not short enough to be on the baseball team.
My hair is not short enough to be on the team.
Yeah.
Right now? No. How is that possible? No. How is that possible?
I'm the one that sets rules. I can set whatever rule I want.
These rules, how is that possible though? I bet you $1 million is somebody on the team that has longer hair.
I don't care about anybody else on the team. Okay? I don't care about anyone. We're not talking about anybody else on the team. I don't know why you can't get that through your head. Okay?
I want to be treated just like everybody else. What do you mean?
If you want to be treated like everybody else, then follow the rules I give you.
I'm following the rules.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
How am I not following the
All right, y'all. So what I'm doing right now, I want to show you who this Valdosta State baseball coach is. He said, if you heard the actual, you heard the video there, and he actually said, look, I'm the head coach. Well, this is the head coach. His name is Greg Gillums. This is Greg's phone number and email right there as well. And so he is the head baseball coach. He's a 26-year veteran. He's been with the program since 2008. And so this is him right here. You see him now. This was recorded by the player. The player, y'all, is his information. He's also out there as well. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up for you who he is. And because, again, he used to play at Jackson State. He transferred to Valdosta State. And again, so this is the brother right here, Asher Akeridge. And again, this video was posted to TikTok on the player's account. That's where it was posted. And so that's who this brother is. This story has gotten a lot of attention all around the country. Different stories have been done. I mean, and so this is his, this is the TikTok page right there. You see Asher, you see it right there. This is his page. It was posted on his page right here on TikTok. Look, here's the whole deal, folks. And Rebecca, this is why the Crown Act is so important. This has nothing to do with playing baseball. Now, people need to understand, baseball is one of those ridiculous as sports. For instance, the New York Yankees, they have a ban. They've had a long time ban on facial hair. They allow mustache. But for George Steinbrenner's whole deal is, I want clean cut players. Players have actually had to cut their hair. The Cincinnati Reds for a long time had a ban on the exact same thing. And so this has been something that these white owners have used. And again, they've stopped white players from having beards as well. I was reading a story last week about that, about this whole deal here. But I'm sorry, who the hell are you to tell a player he needs to cut his hair just to play baseball?
You know, Roland, I often talk about my home state of Nebraska. There's only 93,000 people in Nebraska. But a couple years ago, the very conservative Nebraska legislature was able to pass the Crown Act, and it's now legal to discriminate based on hair in my home state of Nebraska. Like, I can even relate to this. Like, all my career, I've always been told how I should or should not wear my hair. I've had a relaxer for so many years, and we now know the links to cancer by using certain chemicals in our hair. And you know, there's even linkages with mortality, maternal mortality rates with African American women and other women who use chemicals in their hair as well. So what we're hearing at Valdosta State is we're hearing discrimination. And yes, it's rooted in racial discrimination. It is not a prerequisite in baseball where you can't have locks and still be able to perform in the field of play. And that's something that we really need to focus on here. This isn't about clean cut. It's about what works and what doesn't work in the field of play and not anything else. I would tell that young brother, you know what, go enter that portal and you transfer back to Jackson State, or you go down to FAMU or maybe A&T. There are plenty of HBCUs with competitive of
well, he transferred from Jackson State, but here's the whole deal. This is where you go, hell no, Joe. I'm gonna ask my other ball players staying with me and say none of us are playing if I got to cut my hair.
Yeah, I mean, you know, solidarity would be a good thing right now. I mean, it's amazing how much we're hearing about this. I mean, and the Crown Act does need to be national. You know, there were even premonitions of this before Northwestern's thing a couple months ago, you know, 4 years ago, when Julia was a cheerleader first year. They were talking about the hair stuff even then. And not long after that, they started getting sued, partially on racial things. So, yeah, this is an issue. And, you know, by the way, you know, go back to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, go back to Jim Brown, go back to Muhammad Ali. You know, sports is often the battleground for some of the stands that are made related to civil rights. And this is an opportunity that way. It's a
tonight is that our images of him on the ground in Atlanta at the Fulton County Jail will be of him entering and leaving the facility. He'll then motorcade back to the airport. Again, he may make remarks to the press or to passersby at any point. We'll have to see. We're watching this live. But this is new. I'm joined by my friends Alex Wagner, Nicole Wallace, Joy Reid, Ari Melber. These are live shots. This is the fourth time that we have covered the arrest and booking of former President Trump. It doesn't get less weird. I know that you all have been covering this today for your shows that have happened already and your shows that are about to happen this evening. I feel a little bit of suspense in terms of what's going to happen here, in part because of the presence of cameras, in part because this is the last time, as far as we know, that Trump is going to be arrested and booked. And he's very aware of the media impact, the television impact of these sorts of moments. I feel like his actions, his potential remarks tonight are unpredictable in an interesting way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the culmination of Trump as spectacle. You know, if Trump did anything to our politics besides, you know, corrupt them fundamentally and corrupt our democracy, he really did solidify a trend I think that really had begun with JFK, the kind of, you know, who became famous before he became president, the whole PT 109, the father funding that film, and him being a sort of young, you know, gallant celebrity sort of president, and obviously Ronald Reagan, and just even the way that Bill Clinton, you know, playing the saxophone. And we've increasingly expected spectacle from our presidents. President Obama, who had sort of the hip hop, you know, kind of connections, et cetera. He is the culmination of that trend in American politics in the worst way. I mean, this is spectacle. This is reality TV. He is a reality TV star still, even as a former president. And this is both a pathetic and sort of sad moment for the country. It, I think, is a good moment for the idea that justice is equal. We are equal under law, even a former president. It is, I think it is his comeuppance. But it also, to me, says something really terrifying about our politics that I don't think we can fix. You know, this is spectacle. This is gross.
It's interesting, though, because I think it's a really, really good point that you're making. And I'm sort of seeing a subtlety in it that I didn't see before you said that, which is that all of those things that you described in terms of ways that different presidents have portrayed themselves and have gone out of their way to position themselves in that kind of celebrity way that you're describing, it was all under their control.
Yeah.
And Trump has been very good for all the other things he's been as a politician. He's been very good at getting the media to do what he wants, at getting the kinds of coverage that he wants, and about getting particularly the quantity of media coverage that he wants. This is a case where it is a spectacle, but this is one of the very few things that is absolutely out of his control.
Mm-hmm.
But
Rachel, he created it.
He had to be there before noon to avoid arrest, but he's got to be there for all the court dates now. You know, this is being imposed upon him in a way that he's going to try to turn to his advantage, but it's not in his control. He's a subject of the criminal justice system now, not a man who is pulling the string.
But you know that, and I know that. And we know that on Earth One. He has so completely co-opted the process. I mean, Von Hilliard reported today that he's not the guy who wanted to fire Jeff Sessions when he recused from the Russia investigation because he was so afraid of criminal exposure. He's the guy that saw Bill Barr put his thumb on the scales of justice. He now thinks he controls everything, including this process. He's fundraising off it. He teased this. He wants this shot broadcast. He has co-opted it. And to his 30% of Americans, he is the producer of this show.
And he also produced it in the sense that he could have just accepted the peaceful transfer of power. It's what every other president did. Hillary Clinton, I'm sure, was devastated at losing an election to this guy who was the most inadequate human being who's ever been president of the United States. But she accepted it. She congratulated him. All 45 previous presidents have managed to do that very simple thing. George Washington didn't even have to do it. They didn't even ask him to do it before there was a 22nd Amendment. Everyone did it. He created this in the sense that we did not have to be here. Our democracy didn't have to be here. We didn't have to be in a position where the former president of the United States is now going to be booked like a common criminal and have a mugshot. That is his fault. He did it. He wanted the spectacle of being president for life. He wanted to not leave office. He wanted to be this. He decided to be king. Yeah. And now he is the king of scandal and disrepute.
You know, I would just say that coming out of the plane just now, the lady with the frosty hair, Susie Wiles, who is a Trump campaign manager and also a witness on the Bedminster tape. She is apparently riding Air Trump with the former president. I got to say, as I think about this moment, we were here last night at the same desk talking about another indicator in terms of our democracy, and that was the Republican debate. And I can't get the sort of part one, part two nature of the last 24 hours out of my head, which is last night on stage, without Trump, all the leading nominees for the Republican presidential field raised their hands and said preemptively, I guess if you count out Asa Hutchinson, that they would pardon Donald Trump before any trial has been underway, there are any convictions.
Well, they would support him.
That they would support.
Yeah,
that they would support him, and that tells you a lot, right? You can't separate that moment from this one right here. Mm-hmm. And his thorough co-opting of the Republican Party, his degradation of the Republican Party, his attempt to destroy a two-party system of politics, which is what is unfolding, I think, before our very eyes. I mean, we're going to see the mugshot, presumably, of a former president, right? This is terra incognito.
Since we have been on the air, we've crossed another never happened before moment for the American presidency, which is we've just, for the first time ever in U.S. history, had word from the New York Times that this president, this is now confirmed by NBC News, has chosen his bail bondsman. It's just bizarre, but Trump is going to use a commercial bail bondsman, Charles Shaw, Foster Bail Bonds in Georgia, to post his $200,000 bond. This has been confirmed by the bondsman himself. Trump will pay the bondsman 10% of his bail amount. So his bond was set at $200,000. He'll pay him $20,000 cash, presumably out of a big bag marked with a dollar sign on it, with a bandit mask on, and that should expedite his release.
And Rachel, this is why we've been reaching for mobster movies and gangster stories in hip hop, of which there are many in Atlanta. It's not a coincidence, it's relevant. Mr. Sato, who just replaced Drew Findling, represented Rick Ross. And as we await Donald Trump walking out and talking about the bonds, I mean, Rick Ross said, I'll kiss you on your head and tell you everything is great, even though I'm out on bond and facing 8. This is what career criminals talk like and face. And the fact that he needs a bail bondsman and he needs to show up and he can bring his money in his plane. Other rich people have, of course, tried to buy up a better deal in our system. We've all covered those stories, but it doesn't always work. I mean, I think tonight is very different because this is the case that hits the most people, that is federally unpardonable, even if remanded to federal court. Even if it's removed over there, it's still a state case with state punishment if convicted of any defendant. And so I don't see a good way out for him if convicted. It is possible that he could beat the case. We talk about how everyone's legally presumed innocent. Donald Trump is in such command of these details as we watch him walk out. He knows this is the worst case, I think.
You know, and it's funny that you make that point, Ari, because, you know, Big Meech, right, for pretending sort of portraying Larry Hoover, like a major drug dealer, but it's an artifice, right? It is an artifice of hip hop that you sort of portray the bad guy, you portray the big criminal. Well, who else has been mentioned, a few dozen times in hip hop songs that people used to portray, that they used to say is the stand-in for wealth and ostentatious wealth? Donald Trump. Donald Trump, before he was soon to be, you know, criminal defendant Donald Trump, was a hip hop figure. He was somebody, you know, people that I respect, like Nas were talking about Donald Trump. He was a stand-in for the idea of wealth, of having, of gold, of bling. Now he is the stand-in for what? Destroying democracy, destroying the electoral system, stealing the votes of people of color, intimidating an elderly Black woman who just wanted to help her community vote. He's the antithesis of somebody that people in hip hop should respect. He's still hanging out with Kanye West, but when he is a degraded Ye, not the original. He is essentially the degradation of that part of hip hop culture that he somehow broke into before people understood just what a vile, racist, anti-democracy buffoon he was. This is the buffooning of the American presidency. This should not be happening. And I think that while we should be glad that the criminal justice system works the same way for him that it does for a group of rappers in Atlanta who the same lady, Fani, what is her middle name? Her name is Fani Taifa Willis. I want to use her full name, her full government name, Fani Taifa Willis. If she was going to treat a group of hip hop artists like a gang, she needs to treat them like a gang because they are a gang.
And they're sharing lawyers.
There you go.
So one of the things that's important, and on this point about wealth and being a symbol of ostentatious wealth, obviously the big private plane is part of this, and his self-proclaimed billionaire status and everything is a major, major part of his political heft in this country, as well as his just celebrity. With 19 co-defendants in this case, we are starting to see the sort of bluff called in terms of the financial aspects of this. Like, among other things, this is a lot of legal fees for a lot of people who are involved here. And this is him being tried along 18 other people, including people like Rudy Giuliani, who we believe owes lots of money to his existing lawyers and who's got his house on the market in New York and is known to be really, really at wit's end in terms of his financial status. We've seen another Trump lawyer, Jenna Ellis, publicly pleading for money because she's not getting any of the Trump donor money that he is using to pay his own defense. Trump legal defense is being funded by Trump's small dollar campaign donors.
30 cents to every dollar donated. I mean, and when you say private plane, it's not a private plane the way some rich business tycoons' plane is a private plane. It is a grifter plane. It is a plane that is paid for with the small dollar donors. In some cases, donors that are scammed into donating every single month, and scams that aren't even legal in a lot of places. So it's the trappings are all fake. I think I'm hung up on your point, Alex, that these 2 days do go together because you had a field of candidates that stand for nothing, because everything they said, attacking cities, attacking America's urban centers, attacking immigrants coming over the border, is moot. If they won't uphold a conviction for this guy, should he be convicted by a jury of his peers? So it starts from such a place, to both of your points, of sort of a fraudulent nature of the whole spectacle.
And that's why this case is different and this DA
Right, you're
is
right,
different.
you're right, 'cause
It
it's
really
not
is. And so
pardonable.
as we try to explain this or make sure everybody's on the same page of the facts, there's Trump and then there's all the other enablers. The political enablers, we know, is a political process and it will just play out. That is just freedom. The legal part, the coup enablers, team coup, right? This is the first DA that's charged anyone other than Trump.
That's right.
As you so clearly put it, Joyce, she has experience bringing racketeering cases. These are group cases. You treat it like a racketeering influenced organization. That's
a gang.
Technically, or I was going to say, or a gang. Right? And it's a gang.
The Young Thug trial started with, that RICO trial started with, what, 27 or 28 defendants?
That's right.
By the time it actually got to trial, or it's heading to jury selection now, people got severed from the case. The thing got broken up. It got down to 8 or 9 defendants or something like that. It's taken a very long time to do that. But that's, I mean, weirdly, it's not just being like making a cultural reference. It's actually the closest analog to what this case is going to look like. It's the Young Thug trial in Atlanta.
And legally, Rachel, Mr. Sato, the new lawyer who was brought in now for Trump, he got Gunna and other artists, as you said, severed out of that case. That's part of the work you do. And so when we talk about legal and justice accountability, no matter what happens to Donald Trump as a political force, it is this DA among everyone in America, including Jack Smith, who's obviously done a strong case, and he has a strategy, and I think it has to do with speed. It's a federal case. But it is this DA who said to these 18 other people, if you tried to use racketeering and gang activity to illegally steal an election, you're in trouble. And by the way, even if Donald Trump were hypothetically to become the federal president again, these cases would be opened against Mr. Meadows and Mr. Giuliani and others, even if they take a long time. And there is no legal federal way to stop that. And so I think we are witnessing, again, there's the Trump of it, and we watch him go get booked, and that's a huge deal we've covered for that reason. And then there's the 18 other people who, until this week, were not booked for anything.
And by the way, I think the other way is that this DA, and I think she does stand out in the history of all of this, because she charged them all. And she said, I don't care who you are, Mr. Cheesebro. I don't care who you are, Mr. Meadows. No, you were a former congressman. You were chief of staff to the president. That's real cute. You're going to come down here. You're going to walk in that jail just like any other person that's accused of being a criminal in my jurisdiction. You're going to get that mugshot. Meadows tried real hard to not get the mugshot. Clark tried not to get the mugshot. Guess what? Everybody gets the mugshot.
She's won.
Yes.
She's been winning in court. So she's had to go to court, 2 or 3 times already? And she's prevailed on the date for Cheesebro, should he cleave himself off. She proposed October 23rd. A judge today, I think while it was sometime between 4 and 6, ruled in her favor. She's prevailed so far in the Meadows case. He wanted to wait until his proceeding to move his case into federal court. So she's already, I mean, that's a long, long process. She's batting 1,000 in front of judges.
And it's, you know, we don't know. You can't tell what's going on inside a prosecution or inside any criminal investigation, except for what they say in court, except for what they publicly put out there, which is the way it should be, which is part of due process. But there was a sense with Fani Willis's investigation that she was telegraphing a very long time in advance that this was coming and that she was prepared. And she described it as imminent a long time before she finally brought the
version of imminent.
That's right. Probably gave people a lot of like
definition of imminent.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it probably gave people a lot of like boy that cried wolf feeling about this. Like, oh, is it ever going to happen? I keep hearing it's going to happen. But part of that may have been that she was getting ready to try the case, not just to start the process of indicting and start the process of motions, because she knew that this was going to happen. We're going to talk a little bit later on this hour about the other sort of ace in the hole that Republicans have given themselves in Georgia, a potential way to remove Fani Willis from this case, something that they have already signaled they are going to try to do as early as October. So that may also be part of why she is thinking about the clock ticking here and why she may be ready to move faster than anybody else was expecting for all of this process.
She's absolutely coming to play. There is a hearing on Monday in which the same judge that basically dismissed Mark Meadows' plea to not be arrested is going to rule on whether he can move this out of state court into federal court. And Fani Willis is calling in Brad Raffensperger to be a part of that hearing, and 2 other lawyers who were on the infamous January 2nd call with Donald Trump. She is amassing her people to make the case that Mark Meadows was absolutely not functioning in any sort of federal role when he was involved in the whatever we want to call it, the potential racketeering down in Georgia, and that he very much belongs in a state court. But you can see just with the speed at which she has called these witnesses to testify in this hearing that's happening on Monday, that she's not messing around.
And by the
she's
way,
got it all locked and ready to go.
And most of the people who have come in have bonded out immediately, and then we get their mugshots, and then their mugshots are famous and they're all over social media. One guy did not bond out immediately, and I'm not sure if we can update whether or not he's out yet, but his name is Harrison Floyd. He is the Blacks for Trump guy. He actually lives in Maryland. He was part of the Ruby Freeman part of the scheme. He, it turns out, for the Washington Post, turns up in the Jack Smith case as well.
Yeah, that was
and that there was an attempt to serve a warrant or subpoena to him, and that he allegedly assaulted the officers. So he actually did not get a bond agreement. So these cases are intersecting in a lot of interesting ways. So he is going to have to spend a little more time in that notorious jail in Fulton County, because he could not bond out, because he's got another case that is the now surprise he's also figuring in Jack Smith.
He was subpoenaed to testify to the grand jury in the January 6th federal grand jury meeting in D.C.
Right.
The subpoena serving went very poorly. He was arrested that day, actually in February, I believe, but then he was federally charged in Maryland in May. So he's got pending federal charges against him for allegedly assaulting those FBI officers.
Yeah.
And so I think that made it very unlikely that anybody was going to offer him a bond deal. He did not negotiate. He did not successfully negotiate for one. But you're right to point out that we don't know how long that means he's going to be staying in the Fulton County Jail. I should also mention that what we are looking at here is a live shot. There is this is a little bit weird, but what is it? This is a live shot from the motorcade, and you can see that there should be a lot more traffic, you think, traveling through this part of Atlanta this time of day. But they've cleared the roads. You see they've got the overpasses blocked off as well. And this is Trump's motorcade heading from the airport to downtown Atlanta to go to the Fulton County Jail. While we're looking at this shot, I'd like to get a little bit of expert advice here from Robert James. He's the former district attorney, the former DA from DeKalb County. He's now a criminal defense attorney. Mr. James, thanks very much for being with us for this live coverage.
Thank you for having me.
Can you explain to us, and forgive those of us who aren't lawyers and don't know this stuff, even at a basic level, but what is actually entailed by the booking process and how the bail part of this works? I feel like I'm still not totally clear on why a $200,000 bail means you only have to put up 1/10 of that. You only have to put up $20,000.
Sure. So let's start with the booking process. The booking process is, it's very simple. It's very plain. There's no ceremony. He's going to walk into a booking area, a small room. He'll be fingerprinted. It's most likely going to be electronic. And then, pursuant to Georgia law, there will be a mugshot taken. After that, I expect that he'll be released soon thereafter. It's not going to be like it is normally when a person gets arrested off the street and, they have to go sit in a jail cell for 6, 7, 8, 10 hours, or maybe even a day and a half for 2 days before they see a judge. In this case, the bond has been preset. And so they're gonna post bond. The bondsman's going to be there and he'll get out. He's going to be released right away. It's going to be a bit of a revolving door, as it were.
Can I just interject for a second just to ask you about the role of the bondsman? Again, just for those of us who don't cover this type of criminal law on the regular, why is a private business, a bail bondsman, involved in this for a defendant like President Trump?
Sure. So there are a couple of ways that you can get out of jail by posting bond. You can pay a cash bond, which means that you can take $200,000 in cash and give it to the court and they'll hold it to ensure your return. You can put property up, right? And if you don't return, that property is going to be taken. Or you can use a bondsman, and that bondsman essentially goes and pays the $200,000, and you pay that bondsman a percentage of it. Typically, it's anywhere between 10 and 13% of the amount of the bond, and that's for the bondsman to put the money up as a security, as it were, to make sure that you return if you're a criminal defendant to court.
Is there any reason why we should be surprised that Mr. Trump is using a bondsman rather than just using some of his own money?
It's routine. You know, it's normal. You know, not many people, unless they have a cash-only bond, at least in Georgia, even if they are wealthy, come in and just, you know, tie up $200,000 of their own money. And so I don't know if there's anything unusual about it. I mean, it's, you know, it's sort of surreal that it's him and that he's doing it. But in terms of the process, it's normal.
Can I also just ask you about something we were discussing earlier, Mr. James, which is the decision that I think surprised a lot of people today after one of the co-defendants invoked his right to a speedy trial. District Attorney Fani Willis turned around and said, yeah, I'm ready to go 60 days. I'll see you October 23rd, and I'm ready to trial 19 defendants. That struck, I think, a lot of people as very soon and also a very crowded courtroom. You're a real expert on these matters and a former practitioner yourself. What did you make of that today?
Well, you better be careful what you ask for because you just may get it, right? You know, this is a stunt that defense lawyers pull on prosecutors all the time, and they ask for speedy trials. And oftentimes they'll catch the prosecutor, you know, unprepared, and, you know, it will benefit the defense attorney. However, in a high-profile case like this, where, you know, DA Willis took a year or two in this investigation, you know, look, when she indicted this case, she was ready to go, right? If you're not ready to go, then you shouldn't indict a case like this. And so, you know, the defense lawyer and the defendant that asked for the speedy trial, they're the ones at a significant disadvantage because they're going to have to go through God knows how much evidence in a very short period of time and be ready for trial.
In terms of the sort of severability and whether or not all 19 defendants are going to be in the courtroom at the same time, we've seen indication from President Trump's new lawyer today in a filing that he does not, if Kenneth Chesebro wants to be tried that fast, then Trump doesn't want to be tried alongside him. Am I right in surmising that it's all up to the judge whether or not these cases are separated from one another, so-called severed from one another, or whether in fact they are kept intact as a group of 19?
Yeah, it is up to the judge. That's correct. And there will be motions to sever. I would be shocked if anyone else asked for a trial in October. Discovery or the state's file is not turned over until after the arraignment calendar in Georgia, right? And they have even longer by law, they being the state. And so, you know, they're asking for a speedy trial and they haven't even seen the state's file. And so, look, defense lawyers are going to ask for this case to be severed, and I expect that the judge will grant that request.
Robert James, former district attorney for DeKalb County, Georgia. Absolutely invaluable to have you with us tonight during this live coverage, sir. Thank you. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
We continue to watch this live image of the motorcade, Secret Service motorcade for former President Donald Trump as he speeds from the Atlanta airport to the Fulton County Jail. Number of times, no matter how many times you say it, doesn't get less weird. But this is happening. He is turning up on his own time frame. He had to be there sometime before noon tomorrow. He chose now to surrender, to be fingerprinted, have his mugshot taken, and to start the process that will next result in his arraignment in probably a week and a half or so. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's outside the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta for us tonight as the president's motorcade approaches. Vaughn, what's the scene where you are? What's it like there now?
Right, I'm watching the same footage you guys are from atop here. We're expecting him to arrive any minute. I'll have our great photog, Brian, kind of show you the scene here. We are on Jefferson Street right now, Rachel. We are outside of the Fulton County Jail, where the streets, there is a perimeter that has been set up around this facility. Typically, the jail is open for 24 hours, but over the course of these hours in which the former president was expected, they have put this facility here on lockdown. You know, to give you an idea, I talked to a gentleman yesterday, late yesterday evening. He walked out of the jail and he told me, I saw Rudy Giuliani. He said, as he put it, that he was in the slammer with 40 other individuals when the former New York City mayor walked by through the booking process. This is exactly what we expect Donald Trump to go through himself. We also expect that mugshot to be taken. The sheriff here in Fulton County has not suggested otherwise here at this point. This is really the beginning of Donald Trump's Georgia journey, at least the legal one. Just today, he brought on a new attorney, ousting his previous attorney, Drew Findling, who had been working for more than a year on building what would amount to his potential defense in the case of an indictment. But today, he brought on this new attorney. Donald Trump has made it clear that he wants this trial to begin after the 2024 election. But one of his co-defendants, Kenneth Cheeseborough, filed a motion today, which was approved by the judge to have his trial begin on October 23rd, really showing the fact that these co-defendants are at odds about their way forward here in this trial. When you guys were talking about the money of this campaign here, I think that it's notable that there was a last moment email that was sent out earlier in which Donald Trump told his supporters over email, but also text message. This is my last email here, and I'll just let us watch this scene here unfold as the motorcade of Donald Trump here pulls up along Jefferson Street in the heart of Atlanta. This is the former president's motorcade pulling into the facility here. This may be the exact opposite of a pride parade if I've ever been to one. Which I have.
My cultural reference point there is called Bikes on Bikes. And it's the start of the pride parade. You know things are about to get fun. This is a different feeling, but similar number of wheels.
You've rendered Vaughn speechless.
One thing we're looking at, and Vaughn will pipe back in, but one thing we're looking at is, of course, the two sides of this that are both at issue in the alleged coup and in today's proceeding, that you do have federal law enforcement involved in the protection of a former president. Most people do not. He is what we call a protectee for life. That he did have people who were able to respond to lawful orders while president. And so this continues now. I knew we were going to watch this tonight, Rachel, but I'm almost seeing it like this. It's really surreal because it physically shows the combining of the two arms of authority here. This is the federal authority protecting the former president and the state authority that is booking him as a defendant with rights, but as a defendant who could be convicted and forcibly incarcerated if convicted. We're seeing both these things in the motorcade entering the jail
That's
facility.
a striking image there. You can see the jail itself, recognizable to all of us who have ever driven past an urban jail. You see that at the top of your screen there as the motorcade pulls into the parking lot that has been presumably cleared for security purposes for this moment. We do expect that we may see the former president exit the vehicle and walk into the jail. Actually, forgive me, in the center of your screen there, that's a sort of sally port, so it's a covered area. So presumably he will enter through there, which means we may not see him physically get out of the vehicle, but we'll have to see in terms of how this goes.
Rachel, can I say something about his pathetic email?
Yes.
It's not an innocent man walking into jail. It depends on the forum. That's a fundraising pitch to pay for the gas to get that campaign grifter plane home. He is not denying the conduct. He does not deny the greatness of January 6th. I mean, this is about exploiting and endangering his own base of support. It's about using them to pay for a defense for crimes he doesn't even deny committing. The whole thing is a scam.
There has not been a defense mounted either by him or by any of his Republican supporters.
Or lawyers.
Based on, Findling has said he didn't, told Ari he didn't commit any crimes. He didn't break any laws. I think it's the only time I've ever heard anybody say that in the context of this case. The defense is not he didn't do it. The defense is he should not be charged no matter what he did. That what he did shouldn't be charged as a crime, despite prima facie what he admits to in terms of his behavior. But let me just reiterate, let's just underscore with this moment. This is the county jail in Fulton County, Georgia, which is a jail that is under federal civil rights investigation. It is a notorious jail. There have been horrific deaths in custody there, including a recent one, a very high profile one of a prisoner. I don't like the term inmate for complicated reasons, but a prisoner who was found on the psych ward effectively inside the Fulton County jail, dead and with a terrible insect infestation. I mean, this is a facility that is decrepit. And the Fulton County, Georgia sheriff has asked for $2 billion effectively to build an entirely new facility because this place is such a disgrace and it is so dangerous. Donald Trump is likely to have a very quick pass through in his experience there, but that is the facility that he is in, and they did not put him somewhere tidier for this part of the process. And that itself says a lot about what it means to be subject to the criminal justice system and treated like a citizen rather than as a VIP.
Amy, and to the point that you made, I'm sorry, the point that you were making, just to amplify it, it is actually kind of remarkable to watch a former president
have to submit to state authority, have to submit to, it is sort of a federalist kind of triumph, right? That no matter how high you are, no matter what sort of rung of power you achieve, and he achieved the highest one in American politics, in the end, you're just a citizen. And you have to go through the filthy jail if you're accused of it.
Yeah, you're a citizen, and we're looking at back and forth of the shot Rachel was describing, and then inside that other pool shot from inside one of the vehicles. Sometimes people ask us what's going to happen in the future. Is he going to be convicted? I always say I don't know. I could tell you, to Rachel's point earlier, I know about past RICO cases. They almost always involve some pleas and some convictions among the group. I cannot tell you the future, but it is rare to have a RICO case in this district or any other where there's 19 people and 0 are convicted. And so that goes to that collective accountability. The other point I want to share is, one question we might all have is, what's going through this RICO defendant's mind, Donald Trump, as he walks in there? We don't have, I'm not aware of reporting on that, but I'll tell you this, I don't usually talk a lot about the bookings I used to do, but when I worked at Manhattan Public Defenders, you go into that booking room, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how tough you are, whether some people feel they're tough because they've been there before, or they've been known people who go there, or they're from a higher station in life and they think that station will ultimately, in the end, bail them out. I got to tell y'all, just thinking about this right now, I haven't seen a booking where people didn't look scared for a minute. Sometimes they cover it up, sometimes it comes and goes. But in my past experience, I can't tell you what he's thinking. It is a scary process because the physicality of it is those people through that process are very aware that the jail's over there, the bailiff's over there, the people with weapons are in charge. The judge feels way more powerful, flanked by the people with weapons.
Yeah.
And you start imagining, even for a second, what if this was your long-term reality?
That's like the
And I was
50
actually
comment that the last thing he thinks Donald Trump thinks of before he goes to bed at night is the clang of that jail cell door shutting behind him. I mean, I do wonder what happens, because, as you point out, this is the state protecting the integrity of its elections. But when you look at the severability of this, and the fact that Cheeseboro is going to go first, and likely this is going to come apart into different pieces, I do wonder if we're not ultimately going to be turning our eyes to Washington, D.C., to the Supreme Court, because I think Donald Trump is going to do everything in his power to push this as far as he can. And, there are going to be real questions about federal versus state, depending on what happens in the next election. There are a lot of open questions about whether conclusion will be seen anytime soon. But man, it is a real stress test of democracy to see federal protection and state protection intersecting in this particular moment.
The pool reporter who's with the former president as this process is happening has just confirmed that former President Donald Trump is inside the Fulton County Jail right now. We saw his motorcade arrive at the jail. We surmised that he had gone in. He's in the vehicle that we believe he was in, we think is under that covered portion of the entrance of the jail, so we can't necessarily see it directly, but confirmed he is out of the vehicle and inside the jail right now, which means that in all likelihood the booking process is underway as we speak. Ari, to a point that you were making about seeing this visual, about seeing a lifelong federal protectee of the Secret Service brought to state authorities for his bodily surrender, for him to be, he's now in state custody as a criminal defendant in the state of Georgia. I mean, one of the other things we may ultimately get to here is the question of whether or not his Secret Service protection itself means that even if he is convicted and sentenced to jail, they won't put him in a jail. They're going to say, the Secret Service believes that you cannot be adequately protected in a prison, in a state prison or in a federal prison, and so you're going to serve your term in house arrest or in some sort of modified.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Modified custody that is effectively a downstream from his status as a federal protectee. I mean, that's absolutely untested territory. It may be something that makes even the prospect of prison time, a prison sentence, a tolerable outcome for Donald Trump in terms of thinking about what he's willing to stand.
I would say two things. One, the precedents under American law are not good for defendant Trump there, because governors who are the chief executive of their state, although they don't have, as you precisely pointed out, necessarily the lifelong protection, governors oversee sometimes the attorney general and definitely the chief law enforcement officer. And when convicted, most of them have wound up, as Democrat Rod Blagojevich did, in prison. And there are extra measures taken. Tucker was asking Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein, who did die in a prison. There were measures taken. I use that as a recent example. There were measures taken for extra protection. So either you could have a federal facility created for him, you could have a solo scenario where he is alone and therefore not in the general pool population, and the Secret Service agents take shifts to be around him, so they in effect become his guards. Or you could have, again, in the event of conviction, you could have home confinement.
I should mention, officially, as of now, Donald Trump is under arrest in the state of Georgia. We had confirmation earlier that he had entered the jail, and as of right now, former President Trump is in custody. He has been arrested. Landmark moment, and as I said before, for all the worst reasons.
You know, I just happened to have been with somebody earlier today who actually knows Donald Trump, and we were talking about this very thing. The thing that you were talking about is how he must feel. This person isn't like a very, very close friend, but knows him, and said to me that he's a much better actor than people give him credit for. That he actually, is good at portraying a kind of bravado that, to the point Chris Christie made, isn't necessarily real. He is somebody who, just when I was researching the book that I did on him, the people who know him will say that what Donald Trump has always benefited from is stronger men that could protect him, whether it was his father or whether it was an attorney, whether it was Michael Cohen. He always had a bulldog. And they did the fighting. He didn't even like firing people for all his "you're fired" being his thing. He didn't fire anyone. The producers decided who got fired on The Apprentice, and he would just say the words "you're fired." And he's good at delivering the line, but he isn't good at actually doing the thing, firing people. He even hesitated with Jeff Sessions. He was very back and forth on it. So
he never fired Mueller.
He never fired Mueller.
This is so important, and this is so true. And I think the other part of it is how afraid he was when Michael Cohen became ensnared criminally, because he knows that the people who have protected him have all the goods on him.
That's right.
And the reason he's always had, and I think people close to him would describe it as a fetish for Roy Cohn. I mean, he spent his whole time as president looking for an attorney general that was more like Roy Cohn. I mean, he has always seen himself as criminally exposed enough to need Roy Cohn.
Yeah, but what did Bill Barr do for him when it came to Michael Cohen? He reincarcerated him for the offense of insisting on writing a book that Trump was afraid would expose him. And so Barr did his Roy Cohn for him.
And go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say is we believe that this process may be coming to a close. Again, what we've just seen is that we have seen Trump's motorcade has arrived at the Fulton County Jail. We had confirmation that he had entered the Fulton County Jail, that he was arrested and was in custody. We now have confirmation that he has been released. So this is a brief period of custody. He was in fact under arrest. He is now released on his own recognizance. We know the terms of his bail. He has posted $200,000 bond. We believe that with the help of a bail bondsman, he had to put up $20,000 cash to that bail bondsman, and the bondsman will put up the remainder. That will assure that he doesn't flee. Donald Trump has already, I should mention, on social media been sort of joking about fleeing to Russia.
No.
Not a great time. Not a great time.
It's like making a bomb threat in an airport, but
you can't even get McDonald's.
But if I can quote Rachel on a big news night, when we lived through this whole era, you always said, watch what they do, not what they say. And he can joke about being above the system. We'll see what face he makes if there's a mugshot release. He can do all the theatrics Joy was talking about, and we will cover and fact check it. But the action is to go down to Georgia by the deadline. And the reason is, if he waited past tomorrow, the DA said she would send the police to apprehend him, and he understands that the Secret Service will not interfere with a standing lawful arrest warrant, that they would step aside and he would be taken in the back of a cop car and driven or perhaps, a flight, but however the distance back. And so watch what they do. What he is doing, as I think we're really seeing, I mean, it's kind of hitting me in the moment. It's like he is, again, in the physical and legal sense, surrendering, submitting to the power of this DA and this process, while he says and does a lot of other, while he says
and that's your point, Rachel. That's your first point, that he is not in control. He is going to act like he is. He's acting like Hugo Chavez, but he is not. This was not on his timeline. This was not in his venue. This was not his lighting, I am sure, unless he carried a ring light with him. This is not produced. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
And you played, Nicole, you played the video of him saying, you know, when people do an arrest, when he's at his rally, and you played it on your show today, don't be gentle. Don't be gentle putting him in that cop car. Rough him up.
Isn't that the irony of all of this?
Isn't it?
The Law and Order party.
But he doesn't want that happening.
Giuliani, who spent years perp walking people in the New York City streets, claiming, so incensed yesterday about the fact that he would have to, that he was going to be part of the ignobility of the perp walk and the mugshot and the party of Law and Order that is now attacking prosecutors and our system of justice, and the party of Law and Order that, you know, is trying to defund the FBI and defund the special counsel's office. I mean, the irony is just so.
But you know, but I think given how unprecedented and how unusual all of this is, it's worth taking a moment to think about the things that didn't happen. He didn't flee. He didn't decide he was going to have a standoff, you know, between federal and state law enforcement. When he was first indicted, it was another state indictment. It was in New York, and he was at Mar-a-Lago at the time, I believe. And Governor Ron DeSantis came out and said, Florida law enforcement will not facilitate any extradition request, setting the table so that if Trump wanted to not voluntarily surrender to that first indictment in New York, Donald Trump was going to be barricaded at Mar-a-Lago while Florida state troopers were asked to protect him from the law enforcement that would otherwise be coming to collect him to bring him to account. I mean, that could have been, I mean, this is crazy, but we could have been at crazy times X.
Totally.
And we haven't seen that. And that's I think it's worth noting where we are, keeping perspective on that. I would also just say, and this may seem like a small point, but again, had it gone the other way, it would mean something very different. This is a very orderly scene. And you see, I think those are 3 Sheriff's Department buses that are pulled up in front of the Sally Port, essentially to create a smaller corridor there, also to block the view, also presumably for security. They had this planned out. This is the motorcade had a clear run from the airport to the Sheriff's Department. You saw they had cleared the streets. There were, you know, not a ton of protesters, but there were several dozen protesters around, and some people on both sides and lots of media around at the Fulton County Jail today. You are not seeing disorder around this. I was worried about that. I have to tell you personally, when we saw Rudy Giuliani yesterday, day before yesterday? Yes, yesterday. When he turned himself in and then tried to make remarks to reporters, and there was a physical crush around him and chaos that is not at all an entertaining thing to see. And there's no justice in that for anybody. And that was not good. And it did not bode well for this much higher stakes moment with President Trump.
What you're describing requires a lot of communication.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't just happen that there's order. It means they were talking all day, every day. Trump has advanced people, and they were talking around the clock to Fani Willis's team.
Yeah. And Fani Willis made public-facing statements to the authorities in Fulton County about making sure there weren't other trials in the courtroom, talking about court staff and district attorney staff working from home, setting out the time frame well in advance so they could do this sort of planning. When we saw that scrum around Giuliani yesterday, I was worried that for all of that, they had not planned this well. They have clearly planned this well. And that's an important political part of this process in terms of who we are as a constitutional republic. This is law and order. This is the orderly, calm, bloodless, efficient prosecution of the law in a situation where the president is not in control, but he is nevertheless safe. Well, and he is being treated in accordance with due process, as any American has as their right.
And it is important to note that happened despite the fact that, as we've all been covering, the atmospherics before today have been deeply disturbing. The kind of messages that Fani Willis has been getting, the threats that her staff have been getting, the threats that everyone involved in this have been enduring, have been terrifying. Those barricades have been up for weeks in front of the courthouse. I mean, they've been preparing, and Trump has been all but calling for civil war. And he's not gotten any of it, right? He's calling for massive protests and massive resistance.
resistance and all the rest. It hasn't happened. But the atmospherics leading into today, it is a relief to see that it is so calm because it's been so deeply ugly and frightening before.
I was surprised when he used one of his social media accounts to repost a call for protest today. Somebody who said they were going to be traveling from out of state to Atlanta, to Fulton County today, and they gave the actual address, the street address of the jail. Trump reposted that himself, effectively calling on people to turn out and protest for him today in Fulton County, which you might expect would have a big effect on his followers, particularly the way that he has attacked Fani Willis and this prosecution and the number of people who were prosecuted alongside him in this case. And the turnout, once again, was one, to say the least. He's not able to turn out people in the street to defend him here. Now, that doesn't mean that we haven't seen people do disturbing other things in response. We've had a lot of people arrested. We've had a few instances of violence where people say they are acting in his name or out of anger in terms of the way that he's being treated. But in terms of him threatening to, make the streets run with blood, or to see that the biggest protests America has ever seen, and America's going to be sorry if the criminal justice system is ever brought to bear against him, he talked that game, but he has not been able to walk that walk.
Well, and you have to give Merrick Garland's Justice Department some of the credit. I mean, I went back and watched Stephen Ayer's testimony for the January 6th Select Committee, and hearing, and I guess the congressional investigation as well, hearing and seeing the accountability that the insurrectionists have had to face. It's not enough until everyone at the top of the chain faces accountability. But there are a whole lot of Trump supporters in jail or awaiting sentencing for their roles in the insurrection.
Yeah, and also people, I think, have followed this and see there is consequence, and there's not the invincibility. The Proud Boys, the militias, the so-called tough talk. A lot of people are in a lot of trouble. We talked about last night that the potential nominee, Donald Trump, the defendant, is in a lot of trouble. These other co-defendants are in a lot of trouble. And so it's one thing to play games on the internet or even go to one or two rallies and dabble in what you think is trolling the other side. And it's another thing to gamble your whole life. And since the DOJ started its thing, we talked about that. That was for the physical trespassing and worse insurrection that day. That was one piece. Those were the shock troops, right? And we've seen a lot less of that shock troop style wannabe activity. And now, as Joy and I and others were discussing tonight, the co-defendants are getting hit for the first time. So Giuliani's pretty famous. Meadows is a known figure in the Tea Party sort of MAGA world. Eastman and others maybe a little less so. These are big mugshots, and they're going around the country, and people understand. And then you have Jen Ellis and others, as Rachel reported, saying, oh, we're not even being funded, which creates the notion of a fisher. And then you have the legal precedent I mentioned, which is large-scale RICO cases in this county and others usually involve some convictions. So while we all understand why it's so significant to watch here, this RICO defendant, Donald Trump, get his booking, the fact that people understand and know that there is, shall we say, consequence and likely more on the way.
Yeah.
I think it definitely chills, or as former prosecutor Giuliani would say back when he brought RICO cases, deters crime.
Let me just mention one news point. We do have confirmation here, as you see on your screen, that the former president did have a mugshot taken inside the jail. And you see the motorcade starting to move here. Trump has been taken into custody and then released in Fulton County, Georgia. This is his federal motorcade with Secret Service protection and an inordinate number of motorcycle escorts. Good for him. He's leaving the Fulton County Jail here. These are live images that you're watching, that we're watching along with you. See, there's the start of the parade. We do not know when we will have access to the president's mugshot, but we do expect that will be released alongside the ones that Ari was just describing that we've seen from so many other of these high-profile figures. Our friend Chris Hayes joins us now here at the table. Chris, as we watch this live shot, I just have to ask, what do you think is memorable about this moment?
Well, what Ari was just saying before, there's a few things going on. There's a surreality to it. There's the strangeness of this now being like a thing that we get together and do every few weeks, which is bizarre. And I think also to your point about the protests, like attenuates a little bit some of the desire to go and protest. It's like, well, maybe we'll get the one in September.
Yeah.
Like, a little cooler. I think Ari, the point you made, Ari, I think is important. Trump, I don't want to psychologize a guy, but I think he has a sort of unique ability. I think it's largely a sort of sociopathic impulse to like just think that he's never going to face accountability. I think he lives in a world where, but like, I was talking to someone about this the other day, just thinking for myself. Like if I woke up tomorrow and was like, you've been indicted criminally in Fulton County, you got to go down and I would be like freaked the hell out. I mean, I would be, it would be the worst day of my life. I would be super scared and upset, and I would be worried about paying for a lawyer and worried about what was going to happen to my kids and my like all of that feels like weirdly remote because of the strangeness of Trump and because he kind of like the Roadrunner floats above the cliff without falling. But to the Jenna Ellises of the world, like you got to be like having some pretty dark nights of the soul right now, going in there, getting booked in Fulton County. And now looking at like, you're not going to be president and you're not going to get out of this. He might have some scheme to get out of it, but you, Jenna Ellis, and the rest are not getting out of this. And the reality of that really, really sets in as you watch him go in with his big phalanx and how different that is than Rudy Giuliani's scene the other day and everyone else.
Yeah, and Donald.
And one of his co-defendants, it should be noted, as Joy was pointing out, is not getting out. Has been booked and is in the Fulton County Jail. And we do not know how long Harrison Floyd will be held in jail, but he did not negotiate a bond agreement. He's got another federal charge pending against him for allegedly assaulting FBI agents who tried to subpoena him to testify to the grand jury. So at least one of them is not getting out of jail already. And there are 18 folks who are charged alongside Trump.
Yeah, and Trump knows how he was treated before he was president. He was notoriously bitter about what he thought was mistreatment and disrespect in New York circles. He was notoriously upset about being completely lampooned and laughed at a White House Correspondents' Gathering. And as Nicole and others have documented,
by Obama, by the way,
by President Obama, and how all the Republicans treated him. Donald Trump knows in his fiber of his aggrieved being that if he loses the presidential election, he goes back to a lower place in many ways than 2015. You can say, oh, he still have his hardcore national fans, but all those Republicans who once talked openly against him are ready to again, because it's 3 elections and out. He's toast, and he's got the.
I'm gonna knock on some wood there.
Well.